we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Into Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion. Step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go step, 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 stepping out of Babylon. Hey, hey. 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 Now hear this. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I man shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. It's red in the valley, 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 valley, red in the valley, it's red in the valley.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? We're just about ready to begin here. Let me just go ahead and switch on over to the FL Studio. Here we go. What's up, everybody? Let me get the chat popping out here. Pop out chat. There we go. All right. Everybody can hear me all right? Let's make sure everything's all right here. Stream's looking good. Might be a little bit of a delay. Kind of changed the delay a little bit just so it doesn't buffer as much. Might want to change that actually so it's better for interaction. I guess it's too late for that. That should be alright. Shouldn't be too much of a delay here. Doesn't look too bad. Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, Eric? What's up, Diref? So, we're going to be doing a little bit of production just for a little bit. There will be some viewer track reviews as well, so I have some rules, basically just 2 rules in the description to kind of keep it simple. Greetings from Spain, it's 3 a.m. Damn, sorry that it's so late. I had to take care of a few things. I wanted to stream earlier, but I had to run out and do something. But yeah, we'll be doing some track reviews. Is Eek up in here? Oh, what's up, Eek? Nice of you to swing by up in here. Yeah, we'll be just doing some track reviews, just a little bit of producing. This time for the track reviews, I'm actually going to be using my monitors to make it more accurate, so I actually know how things sound accurately. But for right now, I'm just going to be using my headphones to produce, so the mixing and all that is not going to be top-notch. But for the track reviews, I have set up a system where I can just kind of switch over and mute my microphone and listen on my monitors. But while I'm producing, I'm going to have my mic active, and I don't want any echo to be happening while I'm producing into the microphone, you know, any bleeding or anything. So that's why I'm doing the whole headphones for production until I figure out some kind of way of maybe running my voice through FL Studio and sidechaining my voice by whatever is happening there, so it'll just kind of duck it out and there won't be echo. But it's something I'll have to figure out later. Maybe use the virtual audio cables and figure it out like that. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday anyway. Tomorrow I'm gonna be having to get stuff done, so But at least it's Saturday today, so most people can stay up a little bit longer, I guess. Unless you're working on Sunday morning, in which case I feel your pain. But yeah, let's go ahead and do something. Let's go ahead and check out if the audios are right here. I think it's fine. Let's just go ahead and play something. Alright, so we do have audio. Cool beans. I think we're good to go here. So I'm not going to pick up on what we did yesterday because that wasn't really too great. I was super tired. I've been up for like 30-something hours, and what I was making just wasn't really too great. So we're just going to go ahead and do something here with some bass. Maybe some glitch hop. 115. Let's go a little bit slower. Yeah, around there is fine. 109, 107. And I'm just going to go ahead and pop some FPC stuff in here. If you guys want to send in some how old am I saying? Cause how old are you saying? Cause I am 24. I'm gonna be 25 this year in May. So yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of glitch hop, and I'll just do this for a while so people can send in their tracks. If you're not sure how to send it in, there should be some rules in the description. Just 2 simple rules. You can send it through my SoundCloud via personal message, and you can attach your track through that personal message, and I'll keep everything nice and easy. You don't have to worry with links and all that, and I'll have a nice list, and I'll see which ones came in first, and we're just going to cover as many. Not sure if tonight's stream will be as long as yesterday. Yesterday I streamed for an hour and a half first, and then another 4 hours and 50 minutes, so it was almost 6.5 hours of streaming last night. Not sure if it's going to go that way tonight, but we'll definitely get through as many as we can, and we'll only spend some time in FL Studio here for maybe an hour max. See what else is going on here. Talk to Veos, he did something like that already. Yeah, I'll have to ask him. Also, Mr. Different is pretty good with streaming and all that, so I'll have to ask him for some insight on that as well. I think he uses virtual audio cables. Sankas, can you do a little massive tutorial? I always try to make sounds with it, but I can't seem to get it right. Yeah, we can do some massive stuff. Let me get some drums in here first. I'm going to use some of these Black Octopus drums. So let's go into collected and splice sample. Speaking of Veos, I have his samples. I can't even form a thought right now. Yeah, I've got some of the samples over here. I don't know if he already gave them out, so I can't really give them away, but I don't know, he's got some pretty cool stuff. Black Octopus, where are we? At the top, of course. It's alphabetically ordered. Please don't skip me again. Yeah, I'm going to try and be a bit better about that today. Like I said, yesterday I was so out of it from being so tired, so today should go a lot smoother, because I can actually kind of focus a little bit more today. Alright, got a kick. Let's grab a snare. Good morning from France. Hello there from the United States. Can you try a voice meter? Yeah, that's actually what I was talking about. Something like that is what Mr. Different uses, and I think he knows how to use that a little bit better. I don't think the free version is going to do what I needed to do. I'm not sure, but we'll figure that out as well. Yeah, again, very sorry about those of you, for those of you who I did skip yesterday. Like I said, it was tough for me last night. Today should go a lot smoother. We'll just do something like this. Let's get some hats in here as well. That wasn't grass. Yeah, again, I'm going to have to do that in a separate video because I want to be able to actually focus on making the sound, and I tend to get a little bit distracted, first of all, when I'm looking at the chat, and second of all, the most important part about that is that I would have to make it easier for me, bring the sound into FL Studio, and I don't want to have any copyright issues. I'm going to be doing some sound requests where I can actually focus on trying to get the sound right, because in the stream it may be a little bit half-assed just because I don't want to have the audio in the stream. So if I do a dedicated video for it, you'll get something a lot better, and it'll just be better for everybody, I think. Let's grab some rides here. Oh, that's perfect. That'll do. I can always switch it out later. What is sleep, right? Who needs sleep? Sleep is for the weak. Whoops. My hands are still a little bit cold. I just got done driving for an hour, and yeah, my hands are a little bit frozen. Let's maybe pitch that snare up a little bit. Yeah, that kind of works. Let's give this a little bit of a little velocity treatment, so it sounds a bit more natural. Maybe a little bit quieter on that right. Well, I can always do that later. My wire's in the way here. That's a little bit better. Dangling in my teacup almost. Alright. I think I mentioned speaking bad Spanish. Well, there was a lot of people speaking Spanish in the chat yesterday for about 5 minutes. All of a sudden the chat just went totally Spanish. Let's see, we'll do something like that. Perfect. Alright, let's go ahead and route these. Let's name this, make it a bit easier. Drums. Oh, that was the pattern. There we go. Going on Glitch Shop, Sankas? Yes, I am, for now. Let's see, we'll send that in 1. That can go in 2, not -1. That can go in 2. And I'm just going to send this in... Let's see, hi-hats can go in 3. My ride can go in 4. I'm not sure if I'm going to like that ride 5 minutes from now. Crash can go in 5. And we'll send this thing in channel 1. We'll dock it to the left. Perfect. So this should be the kick. This should be our snare. And this should be our hats. That'll be our ride. And this will be our crash. Perfect. Now for the rides, probably going to pan one of these to the left a little bit. Whoops. And this one a little bit to the right. Yeah, that works. Cool. That's... Whoops. Let's repeat this. This one we don't need another ride for, I don't think. So we could just merge this together. And, not ride, I mean symbol. We'll just keep the symbol on every 4 bars for now. The crash, I mean. Alright. Yeah, it could be 128 BPM. Or it could be even a little bit slow. Ah, that's cool. I like 100. Keep it 100, right? Yeah, 128 is for electro, but, you know, you can, it's 2017, who cares? We can do what we want. Alright, let's get a little bit of sidechaining going here. Let's see, how am I going to do this? I think I'm going to... Can I drag and drop this? No, I can't. Alright, we've got kick 33. I'm going to try and keep the same kick for the sidechain. Instead of using LFO tool this time, I'm going to use the same kick, and I'm going to use sidechain compression for that. I'm just going to make a new channel. This one can go in 6. And we're going to name this sidechain trigger. If I can type it. There we go. And minus we'll make it a different color as well, so it stands out a little bit more. We'll make it white, so it'll really pop out. That doesn't have to go into the master. And I think that's good for now. At least it's all set up. So let's do a little bit of massive stuff here. We'll cover some basic massive techniques here. I haven't used massive in a while, except for yesterday for about 10 minutes or so. Not even. So let's go ahead and load that up. And we'll select a new sound here. Make it swing, bro. Yeah, I might add some swing as well. I like swing. 325 BPM. That is just craziness. That is madness. I wonder if I can pop this FL Studio. Oh, I can. Alright, so maybe I can pop it out in a way where I can have the chat in the right screen, or right side of the screen. Something like this, maybe. And then I can bring this over here. Make it skinny and long. There we go. That works. Perfect. Alright. So let's go ahead and bring this down into the bass range. 420 BPM though. Yeah, I mean, that would be what, 210 BPM. If you cut that down, you got 105 BPM. So it would work. So yeah, let's just find a nice wavetable here. The digital hybrid ones are good. Some good analog wavetables as well here for basses, like carbon, for example. When it comes down to massive, I mean, the first thing you really want to do is pick a good wavetable. Obviously, you want a good sound. And a lot of the times, one of these that has a lot of different sounds in one of these wavetables can be a good choice because, well, you have more options. And once you made the patch, you can just kind of scan through the wavetable and you can make 20 different sounds out of one sound just because of how many different kind of sounds are in some of these. So I might use one of these digital hybrid ones here. I haven't used this in a while, so I'm going to have to look through this again. It's been a little while here. Kangaroo's actually pretty cool too, so yeah, that's cool. It's got a nice kind of almost a Reese quality to it. So let's just go ahead and distort it a little bit first. Any tips on how to fix the crackling, popping on low sub noises? Yeah, smooth volume automation, and that's pretty much that. Fading out sounds very shortly. Ableton has a built-in fader, so it makes it very easy. But if you do have clicks and pops at the beginning of the sound or at the tail when you let go of the note, either give it a short bit of release in the patch, or if you're using an audio sample, in the patch, actually, also a little bit of attack could help to kind of make it fade in a little bit. If you're using a sample, then you can use the feature right here. Hold on, let me go ahead and demonstrate that just with a kick. If you use this feature right here, declicking mode, then you can select between these different ones and they will actually fade in and out your samples. So let's go ahead and check this out here. So if you, for example, get clicking at the beginning and you have the declicking set on, let's see, maybe generic, and you start fading it in, oops, I have stretch on, and you start fading it in like this, you can see that it does a little bit of fading itself here on the volume, and that makes it nice and smooth. And you can also do it on the other side. So if you again use the generic bleeding declicking mode here on samples, you can get a nice smooth kind of declicking kind of sound. And yeah, clicking is very very noticeable on low frequency sound, as the oscillations are much higher and they usually don't have a lot of high frequencies that kind of hide the clicks sometime. Starbuck, yeah, Starbuck is awesome, man. Evil Wave, yeah, Conductor is dope. Starbuck's awesome. He's got a YouTube channel where he's done some things, and he's doing quite well on that. So where's our massive patch here? There it is. I'm already starting to sweat here. Just turned up the heater. Yeah, so we'll grab one of these, and first thing I usually like to do is either throw a little bit of LFO on it or do some enveloping, which I'm going to do for this one. Get ourselves a nice kind of thing like that. And you can use the modulation oscillator as well. You can get some kind of FM-like sounds with the phase part in this. So if we just send 1 into the phase and start tweaking this, you can get some, again, cool kind of FM-y kind of sounds. So we'll maybe bring this to 12 or 24. There we go. Maybe something like that. Maybe just not as crazy. Maybe a bit of detuning on the phase as well. Maybe not. I might use the ring mod instead here. Yeah, that's kind of cool. We'll do maybe a little bit of this. I don't want too much high squeakiness. Alright, cool. Yeah, we'll be doing track reviews in just a little while. I'm just doing this a little bit just to kind of get the stream started and let people send their stuff in. What's up, Hyperless? Yeah, something like that. Maybe a little bit of the comb filter here could be interesting. Not too sure how I feel about that. Yeah, let's try something different. Maybe a band reject. And I'm actually gonna go back to the kangaroo. So we can get a kind of almost talky kind of sound out of this. Whoops, don't want that. And let's maybe try the chrome. Whoops. No, maybe. That's kind of cool. What's up, Kenny? Yeah, it's pretty late, isn't it? Didn't mean to start it this late, but I ended up having some things to do. And I had to run out just before I wanted to start here. So maybe do a little bit of bending here. Get a little bit squelchier. There we go. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. So we can kind of mix these two filters here. If we want to use another one, we can also select whether we want them to be in serial or parallel. I think I'll have them be in serial and just keep this in the middle here. And we can use a little bit of the double notch filter as well here. Let's modulate the cutoff a little bit. Do you know how to make two-vein growl basses? I mean, I could check them out. Not too familiar with two-vein. Sent in yesterday. No, I'll start where I left off yesterday and run through the list like that. I think there were a couple of them that we didn't get to go, didn't get to get to. That doesn't make sense. Didn't get to check out before we ended these streams. So that's kind of cool. Alright, so now I'm gonna go ahead and revisit the phase now that I have a little bit of a sound going here. There we go, got a little bit more high frequency content there. And I'm gonna layer this up with something else that has some more interesting sounds. Maybe I will try the groans. And let's try maybe a little bit of formant. That's kind of interesting. And maybe I can use a different envelope here on the second LFO, second oscillator wavetable position. Alright, that's kind of cool. I'm just going to draw in a little bit of MIDI here. Maybe just one long note for now. Can you try some serum presets that we made? Yeah, maybe on another stream. I just want to kind of keep this one focused on what I actually want to get done today. What genre are you working on? Anything really. Maybe some glitch up kind of stuff. The bass in my song is a guitar pulse with some distortion and massive. Yeah, I think I've used that one for a pretty cool kind of re-spacey sound as well. What's going on here? We want to start over here. Now I'm going to add a little bit of LFO now and give it a little bit more movement. I might use the saw-like one over here. I'm just going to sync this up maybe 1/8. And let's slap that on one of these as well and just give it a little bit of additional movement. Or maybe on the amplitude here as well. That could be interesting. So we got these kind of going in two different directions here, so when one kind of ducks out, the other one kind of comes in. Maybe adding a second attack at the end will give it a nice wah-wah effect. What do you mean, envelope 2 or 3? Let's change the voicing here and make it mono rotate and legato triller so we can kind of do pitch bends. Maybe make it a bit thicker here and give it the good old unison. Maybe pan it out a tiny bit. I might try one of these bending ones. No. Alright, I'm gonna add this to the wavetable here. Or actually, maybe to the formant here. Alright, and I'm only gonna have this happen for a little bit here. Yeah, something like that. Maybe a nice little bass hit there. I'm gonna give it a little bit of the dimension expand. Actually, let's try out the... Where's the phaser? Here it is. Yeah, that's kind of weird. And I'm going to give it a little bit of pitch bend. So we have the mono, rotate, and legato triller engaged, which means if we overlap notes like this, we can get a nice little pitch bend. And I'm going to send all these up into F, actually, just because I like F. And I might do an octave pitch bend. And let's just mess around with some of these modulations a bit. Let's send this into the bass range. Maybe an octave up. Alright, that's a little bit weird. That's kind of cool. Almost sounds kind of greasy here. You can maybe use the ring mod on the second LFO now. Or oscillator. I don't know why I keep saying LFO. It's just submitted my track. Awesome. We're going to give that a listen in a little bit. Maybe do like a C4, A4 note pattern and give it a funky sound. Yeah, I might. I kind of have something in my head that I kind of want to work on. So I'm trying to do a little progression here. I'm probably going to have it go from F and then maybe drop it up and then maybe drop it down and then maybe drop it up. So I might do like an F, C, C sharp, or I don't know, something like that. We'll figure out something cool. I want to kind of keep it almost melodic but still bass focused. I'm just going to send this in. Let's do a little bit of processing to this. I could do something interesting with this sound here. I'm going to listen to this on my speakers later, and I'm probably going to hate what this sounds like, but right now it's kind of sounding cool. Give it a little bit of distortion here by overdriving the sound. And I'm going to give it a little bit of... I'm going to try the phaser here in FL Studio. Could get something interesting out of this, maybe. I'm just going to take the sweep frequency down. The stereo phase, I'm going to mess around with that. Yeah, I'm going to use this, but I'm actually going to do this in Patcher, I think. I think that would make things a lot easier because I'll be able to frequency split the sound. So if we just go ahead and pop open Patcher here, I'm just going to make this full screen so it's easier to see. Let's get rid of this, don't need that right now. And we're going to go ahead and just split this up. I'm going to use 3 Maximus or 3 Maximi, whatever you want to call it. So let's pop one in over here. And we'll pop in, well, I already lost it here, one over here, and one over here. And we'll just send this into each of them. Whoops. Send it back into FL Studio for now. I'm going to mute the bottom 2 here, and the first one, I'm going to go into the highs here, And I'm going to turn the compression off, and I'm going to go ahead and just solo the highs and adjust the band to around I think 2.5K-ish, maybe 3, yeah, around 3K. I'll copy that value. I'll turn this one off, go into the next one, go into my mids. I'm going to solo this, copy the value into the highs. So the band, actually it's pretty much where it defaults to. So the band leaves off where the other one left off. Turn the compression off. I don't really want to compress it. So I'll turn this one back off. Actually, listen to it first. So we got our highs there. Let's figure out a good position for the lows. Maybe around 100 hertz or so. Maybe bleed in a little bit over that. So around 112. Once again, I'm going to copy this and paste it into the next one. I just want to make sure that we're still in our mids here. So this one is just going to be the lows, the bass frequency. Once again, turning the compression off and pasting that value and soloing it. So now we have just the sub, and now we can affect each one of these frequency bands differently without having to worry about destroying the sound too much. The fruity phaser is interesting, but I prefer using the phaser from Serum Effects. Me too, and I actually really prefer the phaser from Ableton because that phaser works some magic. I've made some pretty cool sounds with the Ableton phaser, like those. Those are made out of these sounds. So I took sounds like this and ran it through the phaser and some other processes. And I got these cool kind of growls from it. From basically just citrus patches. And yeah, I think that's all I really got done there. I think I made some in December. No, I didn't. I have some weird stuff here. But yeah. So I did use the Ableton phaser, and I think that thing is pretty awesome. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn these back on so we have the full sound. So I might do a little bit of phaser here in the beginning. And that is over here somewhere. There it is. Just drop that right in there. I'll turn the sweep down. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe a little bit of chorus at the top and perhaps a bit of distortion as well. Let's go ahead and pop in the fruity chorus, which is right here. Yeah, maybe that's not too impressive there. Whoops, I accidentally removed the routing. I will, however, use a little bit of distortion, and for that I'm going to use the Camel Crusher. There we go. And let's see, I'll send this in before the phaser on the mids here. I'm gonna have to do a bit of EQing and some post. I'm mainly just messing around anyways, so let's send this in here. I don't know how much I like this phaser here. Alright, let's, whoops, I want to swell this in maybe a little bit more here. Or maybe have it actually swell in faster. And I want to maybe bring it up higher. There we go. That's a little bit better. Maybe a little bit slower, a tiny bit slower. No. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Is there a difference between Camel Crusher and Homicide? Oh yeah, huge difference. Homicide is multi-band, so it's gonna, I think it does 4 bands, and it has different distortion types, whereas Camel Crusher is very, very simple. It basically gives you the 2 different distortion types. It has a little bit of a filter, a little bit of a compressor, and a little bit of a master, which allows you to kind of boost it up a little bit. Homicide is, it can be complicated. It definitely has a learning curve. Once you understand it, it's not too bad, but the learning curve can be quite brutal, actually. Oh yeah, Elijah, you were totally right, which is why I did the pitch bend, and now I think it sounds a little bit better. I'm actually going to go in and add a little bit of something here as well, which is vibrato. Let me just remember. Oh, it's already programmed. Maybe take this off. Maybe not. That's kind of alright. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the vibrato. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Alright. Let's hop back into the patcher here. And again, for the top end, I want to try something weird. I just want to mess up the sound, really. So where is the flanger? Here it is. Cool, so now we got a kind of flangey kind of top end. And let's go ahead and take this EQ away. Actually, I probably could have just brought it before or after. I mean, yeah, after the patcher, but that's all right. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the vibrato thing there. Maybe double up the notes to add some harmonization and complexity. Perhaps. I mean, the sound is kind of getting there. It's kind of interesting. I'm gonna add a little bit of reverb to the top there, and just a tiny bit, and maybe automate it, kind of like that. So we'll just grab an automation clip, whatever, and just kind of fade it up like that. And before that, I'm gonna throw an OTT. Let's see what it sounds like if we maybe extend it a little bit. Oh, that's cool. Bit of vocoding. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but it might make the sound a little bit too thin. I'm gonna try it out because it was on my mind as well. So let's go ahead and check this out. Actually, that's kind of cool. Kind of glad that I listened to you. It's gonna need some multiband compression for sure. I also wish I had the Ableton stock multiband compressor because I do like that a lot. I hope this wire doesn't create too much noise here. It's super loud. To me, at least, because it's rubbing against the headphones. Yeah, I'm going to bring the vocoder into the patcher just so I don't really mess with the lows too much. So what I'll do is I'll keep this as my sub here. And I'm going to have these guys all meet up in just an EQ. And I'm going to send this high band into the EQ and the lows. And then after the EQ, we'll add the vocoder, which is right over here. We'll connect that, and this way it won't vocode the lows. Yeah, thanks, man. That was a good tip, man. Why not add CRM FX compressor? Yeah, I don't really think about that a lot, huh? I should probably use that more, because it does have some good effects. After this, I'm actually going to add CRM effects, because that's also a really good idea. There we go. You'd be surprised actually how many people don't pirate FL Studio. Yeah, a lot of people do because I think FL Studio might be the most pirated DAW. But yeah, you're not gonna get me with that again, Benjamin. Welcome back to the stream, man. Trying to troll people here. Don't listen to him. It's not gonna do anything for you but mess up your day. Alright. A bit of EQing afterwards here. And definitely needs more multiband compression because you can never have enough of that. I'm actually probably going to just use it in a weird way here where I'm not even going to touch the release or anything. I'm just going to kind of do the wave shaper thing that I like to do, which is set a threshold for where I want the loudest point to be. So right now it's ducking out everything beyond that threshold. I'll probably take everything below that threshold up and maybe squeeze everything above that threshold down a little bit. And then for the highs, I'll set where I want the lowest point to be again and maybe bring it up a little bit and push it down a little bit more this time. You can go a little bit crazier on compression or distortion and things like that on the high frequencies. Might make it a little bit louder. Sausage it a little bit. So now you can see the green here represents the gain, and then purple here is going to represent the gain reduction. So we can get the sub to be kind of more stable and sausaged. It does have its own multi-band compressor. I've used it before, but Maximus is kind of nice because I can use it in ways like this. So I might repeat this again. Actually, I might make this a little bit longer and just do something like this. Alright, cool. Let's create a bass group. I'm just gonna create group. Actually, I don't want that to be over here. Whoops, too late. Alright. Basses, and we'll send the bass over here. That can go into the basses here. And the sidechain trigger is going to sidechain the basses. Let's grab a limiter. Sidechain that by the kick. And we're going to need the kick in here. Why is my water bottle upside down? That's weird. Why did I do that? And we'll just grab the where is it? The kick right here. Copy that. Might do a little bit of snare side chaining just because we got quite a heavy snare here. I might change the snare too, or layer it. And I don't want this to be too aggressive. To stream, but do you know how to stop SoundCloud messing up the sound quality of uploads? I have no idea, man. I don't use SoundCloud a lot, actually. I don't really tend to like SoundCloud for some reason because well, it's not that I have a problem with SoundCloud. It's just that I'm not too active with it, so I just kind of gave up with it, and yeah, I just kind of prefer YouTube. I guess it isn't really that I don't like SoundCloud. It's just that I have a preference, and that is YouTube. Even though I probably should use SoundCloud just because so many producers are active on it. But I just kind of throw my tracks up there and just let it sit there, you know. So that's a kind of a cool sound. I'm just going to take the mix of the reverb down a little bit. Cool. So that's a kind of a cool sound. Now we can go crazy and add some modulation to that, which is the kind of fun part. So between the phaser, I'm actually going to mess around with some different positions for this, but let's see. Actually, I'm going to throw this on the highs and lows, and I'm going to use this EQ right here. And we'll turn this into a either band stop or band pass. We're going to have to figure that out. I'm just going to activate this and create an automation. Whoops, almost create an automation clip. We're going to select the area we want that at first, and then we can create the automation clip. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of filtering here. EQ, you can get out of here. Something like that, maybe. Maybe, whoops, maybe a little bit slower. Or maybe something like this. I'm just gonna experiment. Maybe something like that. That's kind of cool. So we can mess with that a little bit more. We can maybe mess with the resonance a bit. You can actually activate that and link it to the first automation clip here. So it kind of opens up as the filter opens up. That's kind of cool. Maybe on the highs I can back off a little bit. I'm actually going to send this before the OTT and see how that sounds. I think the maximums before OTT just treats the highs a little bit better. The highs are still a little bit weird here, huh? Let's see, maybe a shelf. That's a little bit better. I don't know how this is going to sound on my speakers. It probably sounds awful in reality, but on my headphones it kind of sounds alright. I kind of dig it. So let's revisit the sidechain here and make sure it sounds alright. And let's see, I wanted to do something else. What did I want to do to this? Oh well, let's go ahead and make some more sounds. Yeah, I'm feeling, first of all, I don't like that ride. Alright, that's a little bit better. And I'm going to just name this bass 1. And let's see, I'm just going to throw in, let's throw in serum. Actually, before I move on to that, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to use the serum effects as somebody has pointed out. Here it is. Ah, I need to reinstall it. Okay, that's why I haven't been using it. I forgot that I uninstalled it because I moved all my VST plugins so I could load them up in Ableton as well as FL Studio, so I made a new folder for them, which means I need to reinstall them. So that's unfortunate, but serum I should still have, so I'm just going to add the regular serum here. And let's go ahead and, first of all, see if I have a sound that we can already use, because why spend hours making a sound when you can get one and tweak it? Let's see. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Maybe tweak it afterwards and process it. And of course extend this. It's probably going to be super random, but what I'll probably do as well is bounce these down and chop them up a little bit. And let's keep browsing through this. Huh, maybe something like that. Let's see what else we got here. Got some random sounds. Huh. Which one is doing the wobble here? This one. Well, mixing. Do you use headphones or speakers? Speakers, man. I always use my speakers. I don't know my headphones too well because I barely use them because I don't like them. Very inaccurate. I was listening to tracks yesterday, and I didn't know how aggressive some of the bass was on it and some of the lower frequencies until I listened to it again on my speakers, which wasn't always a bad thing, but I just get a very inaccurate representation just because I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. So that's gonna need some TLC and some side chaining and some tweaking. And the first sound is super quiet and the second one is super loud. Also doesn't seem to have a lot of bass, huh? Let's go ahead and add maybe something thicker. Yeah, maybe something like that. And I'm probably going to do a separate sub for that, just because it's super high timbre sound and the bottom just feels a bit weak. So I might layer that with another bass. Yeah, totally going to do that. So I'm going to make a new sound for that. And this is going to be something a bit meatier, maybe using a triangle here. And we'll use, let's go ahead and use some massive wavetables. Why not? And we'll just use Scrapyard. Nah, let's use something else. Let's go for the Kangaroo. Something like that. And I'm going to make that super fast as well. 116. And we'll set it to re-trigger and make it kind of pluck. Kind of like that, maybe. And we'll work on that as well. Just want to throw it in here and see how the dynamic between these two is going to sound so far. But it's going to sound like. I'm actually going to go ahead and bottom layer name this just so I know what the heck is going on. Send this in here. Send this in there. Yeah, that feels a lot thicker now, a lot fuller. And yeah, maybe a little bit of fill thing here. Yeah, we're going to process this a little bit as well. Let's add a little bit of OTT to this. A little bit of more EQing here. And maybe this one we can make a bit wider. I don't want to make it super wide, but then again, we do have something layered underneath it. Yeah, we can do that. And I'm going to do something with this as well. With this, I think we can have something a little talky happening underneath on the bottom. Maybe something that kind of does something like this. We'll pluck this one a little bit as well. Yeah, something like that, maybe. Maybe use a mirror. Yeah, that's kind of cool, I think. Let's mess with that a little bit more. Why not? Maybe a bit of detuning. So we still got a nice fat bottom here. Maybe you can do a little bit of the miscellaneous filters here. Actually, I like the flanges as well. We'll use some of these for now. See how that sounds. On the second one, maybe, not the first. Actually, that's kind of nasty. I kind of dig that. Let's throw some distortion on here. Lower those notes by an octave or something. They feel way too high for what the starting bass is. Yeah, the dynamic between the two sounds is still a little bit weird, but I'm not even sure if I'm going to use this bass over here yet. I'm probably going to use this for like a fill kind of thing. because I want a main bass to be this kind of starting sound, and this to be one of the more kind of exotic fill kind of sounds, if you catch my drift. So right now it's just sound design. I usually like to get my sounds all done, and then I can worry about the arrangement of them and everything, one thing at a time. So that's why usually it's just going to start out super simple. I mean, if you watch my live streams for Making Going West, it was a lot of just trial and error. The toddler's effect. Excuse me? Not sure what that is. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that. I've heard of the Doppler effect. And this doesn't need crazy highs. We have a sound doing the highs, so I could maybe do something like this. Yeah, that's alright. Let's do a little bit of EQing. Yeah, and I'm gonna just chop this up. Whoops. I'll probably make a new sound for the beginning part here. I'm gonna create some room for this, and I might bounce this down as well just to do something different with it. And just mess with that a little bit. I'm gonna make this unique just so we don't have that other MIDI in there. Yeah, something like that maybe. Yeah, maybe a little bit of another synth on that as well. So let's go ahead and see if I can't make a starting bass. And I'm probably gonna, like I said, bounce these down, do something like that. So we'll go ahead and do Serum here. It's almost time for the track reviews as well. So yeah, Doppler effect. Yeah, I've messed with that a little bit. I've made some videos using that on the BusyWorks Beats channel, I believe. Let's see what we got here for patches. Maybe I can use something I've already made. I'm gonna need to turn this down because I made them in a higher octave. That's 808. No. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna make something new. And right after I make this sound, I think we've killed enough time to do some track reviews. There should be enough submissions by now. Whoops, that's alright, I sent it down. And I might take a quick break between the track reviews just to let my dog out real quick. 5 minutes, just so you guys know, because he's whining up there and I feel bad for him. Probably needs to go out and pee, so I'll have to take care of that real quick. So if you guys don't mind, I will just take a 5-minute breather. Just bought Audio-Technica ATH MX40 M40X. Is that a nice headphone? I have no idea, man. I don't use headphones, and I don't know anything about headphones. I really personally don't like producing on headphones. I like to have space between the sounds in my ears, and I like to sit far away back from my speakers. So unfortunately, I'm sorry, but I'm not the right person to give you a good advice on that. So maybe something kind of sustained here. Whoops, make that a little bit longer. Maybe something like, yeah, something like that could be cool. Let's throw some of the mirror on this one. Maybe make this a bit cool and wide. Yeah, why not? Legato, a little bit of pitch bending, and let's try that. Yeah, that's gonna need some TLC, I tell you. Oh, that's alright, just messing around for now. Cool. And let's see, what time is it? 9:58. Perfect. Alright, so in 2 minutes, I'm gonna just go ahead and let my dog out real quick, and you guys can still submit your stuff, and then right after that, we're gonna do track reviews. Nah. Yeah, maybe. So. Where is the flanger? Here it is. Where's the one that I like so much? I think it's this one. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. It should be 10 o'clock. Alright, cool. 10 o'clock on the dot. Perfect. Alright. Where to submit? You can read the description for that. It goes by SoundCloud. Everything in one place. Just attach it to a SoundCloud PM. Just PM my my account. Attach it to that, and it's going to all be in one place. And we'll get through as many as we can. And let's see. Alright, cool. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Not even 5 minutes, probably. We'll make it nice and short. And, oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And, yeah, we'll be right back. So, oops, let me just get this out of the way. Alright, so I'll see you guys in just a minute.
Stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon into Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion. Stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Man. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Now hear this. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I man shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley shadow, in the shadow of the valley. He's red in the valley, 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 valley, dread in the valley, he's red in the valley, valley, dread in the valley, he's red 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 in the valley, valley, dread in the valley, he's red in the valley, so dread. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon. Whoa, yeah. Stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon.
Alright, we are back. I'm just gonna go ahead and switch to my monitors here. Hope you guys can hear me alright. I'm using my actual speakers right now, so let's go ahead and switch to my monitors real quick here. And let me do a quick audio test just to make sure that everything is going smoothly here. Oh, I need to turn them up. Let's see. Just a minute, folks. Just trying to get this working, making sure this system works. Let's just go ahead and play one of these tracks to make sure. Alright, so we've got audio here. Let's see. Can you guys hear that? And it should be one of my tracks just to make sure the audio works. I'm going to mute my microphone when I do play tracks just to make sure that there's no echo going on. So let's go ahead and switch back to the screen. And we'll get SoundCloud going. And we'll start browsing through some of these here. So we got a couple of them here already. Well, we got a whole bunch of them actually. Let's see. We'll start right here at the bottom. Death Adder is first. Actually, we have one before that. Whoops, just got a new one. I refreshed my thing. Alright, so we've got one. We've got two of them actually. I'm only gonna try and play one of them so other people can get a chance as well. So we'll go ahead and pull up this one. And the track was not found, so you've removed your track already, so that's unfortunate. So we'll go with the next one, which is Death Adder. So here we go. And Death Adder said, this is on YouTube, thanks to the feedback yesterday, and hopefully I can get feedback on this track too. You're awesome, Senkas. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, we'll check this out on YouTube. Let's just open up a new link here. And I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone so we can let this track play, and then we'll go ahead and talk about it a little bit. Alright, so cool track, Death Adder. This one was pretty cool. I like this one a lot more than your last submission, actually. This one was a lot more finished. So, cool stuff. The bass line was cool. Somebody said the sound design was a bit lacking. I mean, it wasn't really cheap sound design. You probably could have done some more with it. In terms of emptiness, I think you could have done some things in the background. Maybe have something happening in the background. Maybe some arpeggios or some plucks. I don't know, some offbeat chants, anything really to kind of fill up the background a little bit and kind of make it harmonize a bit. But all in all, I think this was a pretty cool track. Definitely, I think, an improvement from the last one. Some of the sounds were also kind of... oh, actually, let's go ahead and go back to it so I can talk about it and kind of play what I'm talking about. So I think it was over here somewhere. Let's go ahead. What's one sound? You can probably hear that on my thing. Alright, so yeah, like over here, for example, in these drops over here, you could probably have something happening in the background as well. What I like to do sometimes to kind of fill it out is just take a vocal chop and maybe just kind of add some reverb to it, something that's in the key of the track. Or maybe an arpeggio that's in the key of the track. There was a lead sound that I was also trying to talk about. I think it's right over here. Actually, I quite like the lead sounds, actually, now that I think about it. I think those are cool. I don't think it really needs that much cool crazy sound design improvement. I think all in all the sound design is pretty cool. Maybe just work on the mix a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, use some compression on the basses and bring them up a little bit, beef them up a little bit. Some multi-band compression, just to get a nice overall consistent fatness out of your sound, and that will kind of glue them together a little bit. I think the sound design's alright. I think it flowed pretty good. It didn't feel random or anything, which is nice. So, yeah, pretty good job on that all in all, I would say. I liked it. It was cool. So, let's go ahead and see who is next, and let's go ahead and check out the chat. I meant to say I have permission from the creator of my remix put the song wherever, but do you know if it's copyrighted? That's the only issue. I don't want to get claims for copyrighted material. Sent a song from my account, Thal, but it seems you didn't get it at the start of the stream I sent it. Yeah, I'm not sure right now. Oh no, I did get it. I got it. Don't worry about it. I did get that. You got the problems, dude. They call me peacekeeper for a reason. All right, cool. Why is she crying? Who's crying? Who's crying? Oh, alright. So who's next? We've got Aeon. I made a dubstep track, or something like this. Don't hit me. I'm making... What? I'm making music since 1 year, but if there's anything I can improve, just say. Yeah, we'll definitely let you know, and thanks for the submission. Let's go ahead and check out this tune here. It's not copyrighted. Alright, well, if it's not copyrighted, then good. I just don't want to get any claims, which is why I don't really want remix, because a lot of remixes will be copyrighted, and therefore, yeah, I want to avoid that. So, let's go ahead and check out this tune here. Let's go. Well, it has 2 views now, not 1 view, so now it's 2 views. So first of all, I think for 1 year of FL Studio usage, not too shabby. You've got a cool bassline. I think the sound design could use a little bit of work. Like, you've got some of these FM patches that are happening here, and I think they could just use a little bit more work. Some of them sound like a very just bare bones FM patches, like what Seamless was doing a couple of years ago. I think you could do some more cool stuff. Maybe check out some more of his videos and add some vocoding on top of that. Maybe some filtering. But for your first year of using FL Studio, I would say it's pretty cool. Just check out some mixing techniques on getting things to sound a little bit less aggressive on the higher end. Outro was cool, yeah. Definitely do like the outro. The higher frequencies were a little bit piercing, so that's why I did end up turning it down. Not because the overall track was too loud, but because the high frequencies were a bit aggressive. So I would check out some ways of doing that. Maybe just EQ them out a little bit with a high shelf. Also, some of the samples, I would recommend checking out some different sample libraries to get some punchier drums, because I felt like the samples felt a little bit muddy, the snare in particular. It just kind of felt, like something you would hear a few years ago. I would try to get some higher quality samples, and that would go a long way, I think. But for your first year of producing, I would say it's pretty damn good. So I would just, take those things and kind of check out some ways to use some of that advice if you choose to do so. So again, just to kind of recap that, I would select some different samples. It all comes down to the sample choice. If you get good samples, you don't have to do much to them to make them sound good if they are already good. Like I said, maybe check out some more sound design techniques on how to take what you already know and kind of improve upon it. So starting out for sound design, it's not bad, but there's a lot more that you can do with it. And I would check out some videos on YouTube and do some research on how you can expand upon that. Bassline didn't really feel random to me. It made sense. So I think those are the only things that would kind of be holding you back. And like I said, the piercing high frequencies can be a bit much, but not too shabby, man. So good job anyway. All right, so somebody said, I don't have access to the SoundCloud PMs. How do I send my song into you? It's not a remix. That's strange that you don't have access to SoundCloud PMs. At this point, sending it in wouldn't really make sense. That's why I kept the first hour, for people to send it in. Unfortunately, it's a little bit late to send in more because we have a lot of submissions already. So I don't know if it's a good time to still start sending things in. If you want to try, you can send it to, let's see. How else can we do it? Alright, I'll add one of my emails here so you can send it to that. You can just send it to that email and attach a link to it if you have it anywhere else, or an MP3 file. If you have a WAV file, please don't attach the WAV file to the email because it will take too long. If it's MP3, I can play it through that. So, but again, we're gonna try to get through it. I can't promise you that we'll get to it because we have a heck of a lot of submissions here. So, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Let's see, where are we here? So we have Bera here. And let's see, you sent in 2 of them. You said one of them has a missing sub. We'll go with the second one. And let's pull that over here. Why are you shaking? Don't be shaking. Don't be nervous, man. We're just here to relax. Maybe grab yourself a cup of tea and, chill out. What's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, so let's go ahead and mute my microphone, and we're going to go ahead and play this track. Enjoy.
This whole time, I haven't once heard you say that wubble of a dub-dub thing that you usually say.
Don't need to. I have a new catchphrase.
Oh yeah? What's that, Rick?
Wubble of a dub-dub! I don't give a...
So that was pretty dope. I like the intro. Intro was really, really nice. You definitely got me with this first part of the drop, man, with the 8-bit crusher, the bit crusher. Yeah, you got me. I didn't think it was gonna drop into what it was. So good job on that, man. All in all, I think it could be maybe a little bit beefier. I don't know if it's the lack of mastering. Let me go ahead and check this out again. If I turn it up, it's pretty beefy. I guess, it just needs mastering to kind of make it a bit beefier in comparison. But, no, I think it was dope, man. This is a really dope drop, really dope intro. It has a lot of potential. You're definitely on the right path with this, and I look forward to checking out the finished track. So, really good work. Let's see. I mean, I guess there's not much I can say about it. On these leads here, this lead over here was pretty nice. Maybe some chords underneath it would be nice, but, I mean... pretty good track, man. Definitely look forward to the finished version. I think everybody else enjoyed it as well. Yeah, he got everyone. That's for sure. Good job, dude. Really good job. So let's go ahead and check out the next submission. We have... who do we have next? That was Baron. Nasty Porks is next. Hey, Senkers, here's my song for feedback. Well, thank you very much for the submission. And this is a collaboration as well, like the last one, it seems. So let's go ahead and enjoy this one.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, damn, son, that was pretty beefy. That was pretty cool, man. I didn't expect that rhythm hybrid trap drop at all, or that second drop, the kind of bass house feel. So really, fire stuff, man. I feel like at one point, when you dropped into the bass house, the bottom end became a little bit muddied, which only for that one part, like right around here. But that's just me. I could be totally wrong about that. It's just my opinion. I feel like something was going on down there. But I mean, it doesn't sound awful. I don't think it sounds bad. Yeah, it could just be because of my speakers. I don't have a sub or anything. I do hear sub frequencies, but it did feel a little bit like something was kind of interfering there. But otherwise, man, this is absolutely freaking fresh. I did not expect that drop at all. The rhythm part, absolutely sick. Sick sound design, man. Sick switch ups. Way to keep people, catch people off guard, man. Like, for sure. Dope track, dude. Really dope track. Everybody really liked it, too. Let's go ahead and check out who's next. Oh, yeah, and also here, let's go ahead and mute my microphone so I can go to that part. I didn't have my microphone muted, huh? Anyways, that switch up, though, really, absolutely love that switch up. You really caught me off guard with that, and especially the beginning of the drop. So good work with that, man. Do appreciate it, the submission. Let's go ahead and check out who is next. Don't really have anything bad to say about that. You pretty much know what you're doing there. Mix-wise, I mean, it was pretty tight. Let's see who's next. Thai Thal, or however you pronounce that. On the Floor with a bass house tune. So let's go ahead and check this out. Yeah, I don't know, it could just be me, man, but it did feel like it got a little bit muddied up. Not sure what you have going on there, if you have something else like playing down there, but yeah, man, that was a pretty dope track. I like when tracks catch me off guard, and it still kind of feels like one track. So good stuff, man. I enjoyed it, really enjoyed it. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is On the Floor by Keeps, and I need to mute my microphone.
Bass on the floor make you lose control. Bass on the floor make you lose control.
Another dope track here. That was really cool, man. Good bass house stuff. Did have that very Jawsy feel. And thank you very much for being part of it, Ander, and everybody who joins these streams. I do appreciate it. Now, if I had one criticism, which, you know, this is all just my opinion, I like to stress that I'm not, you know, an expert, but I feel like the kick could have just maybe been a little bit quieter. It was a really cool kick, but I don't know, I felt like it was just a little tiny bit too loud, and I mean really a tiny bit. I feel like that could have maybe given it a bit more evenness there, more balance. But really, really freaking dope track. Once again, I like this one a lot. If you manage to get my song, the vast majority of what I've learned producing is from your videos, most helping me with Serum and learning the knobs and whatnot. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for watching. We'll check that out as well. I believe we will get to it because, as a matter of fact, you are next. So let's go ahead and check out your tune. So good job with this, Keeps. Dope track, dude. Really cool track. definitely like that. And again, the only thing that I could really think of is the kick, that it was just a little bit too loud. Maybe that, I mean, that's just me, you know, maybe it's just I'm the only one who thinks that, but that was the only thing that kind of stood out to me. That only thing, in my opinion, that I would change if that was my track. Otherwise, this is another banger. So we have Elijah next. Alright, let's see. Oh, that was the wrong one that I just clicked. It keeps refreshing on me. Excuse me. Alright, so let's go ahead and check out this submission called Wax Candle. And before I start that, let me catch up on some of these comments. Yeah, the kick, it was just the kick, really. I mean, everything else was tight, man. Cool sound design, you know, cool bass line. I don't really have many complaints about it, and the only one I can come up with is the kick, so that's a pretty good sign, right? Yeah, high frequencies as well. I think that could have been part of it. It just, it stood out a lot more than, you know, I would have hoped, but otherwise, like I said, really dope track. What is the placement in the list for you? Not sure. I don't know, to be honest with you. And only saw his because I'm already on the recent one, so his was next in the list. So let's go ahead and check this one out. I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone and enjoy. It's a bit loud in your opinion. Well, we'll go ahead and see about that. Alright, so cool track, Elijah. Couple of tips and some opinions that I have here. Yeah, mix was mix because you could use a little bit of love and care there. I would definitely go with a little bit more side chaining there. The chords, I think, were overtaking the lead a little bit too much. What I would do in this particular scenario is maybe some unison or some chorus on the chords, try to widen them out a little bit and turn them down a little bit, and take that lead that you have and try to take the stereo that you have on that away so it sits in the middle a little bit more. Leads can be a little bit wide, but if you have chords and leads, you generally want to have your lead sit in the middle while the chords are a little bit wider and turned down a little bit. So yeah, again, drum choice can be important because it feels like very default kind of drums, but I mean, you know, you're still learning, so it's all good. You know how to write music. I would just focus on some mixing techniques on how to kind of get more of a balance, because the reason it feels so loud is because everything in it is quite loud. You need to have things be quiet in order to make other things actually stand out and feel loud, because otherwise everything is just going to sound loud and not one particular thing is going to sound the way it's supposed to in terms of balance, because the balance is already thrown off. So if that makes sense. In general, like I said, maybe I guess the chords are a little bit too aggressive, and if you want to have them so aggressive, they just cannot be taking up that space that the lead is taking up. So volume, EQing, and you know, check out some compression techniques as well. It's a good way to kind of keep frequencies in check. And yeah, all in all, man, I mean, cool track. If you're still learning, then, you know, it's totally understandable that there's going to be some issues with the mix and everything. So yeah, that's one thing I would focus on, is learning some mixing techniques there. If I could use automation and audio clips, I would have made this so much better. Is it because you have a certain version of FL Studio or something that limits you? Because yeah, automation clips can be very useful, for sure, man. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Nice, you know, bit leads there, 4-bit. Cool stuff, man. So let's go ahead and check out the next submission here. We got Veil by, what is it, Vaudiotic? Is that how I'm pronouncing it? Is that how you pronounce that? Let's go ahead and check this out. We got Electronic, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and mute my microphone as well. Thanks, my audio is hardly ever off point like that, though. It's, you know, it happens, man. Just, you know, try some different things to kind of get it. The demo version. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's one rough part about the demo version. I hope you can find ways of getting around that. And you should crack FL Studio, meanwhile you can buy it. Yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes, as long as you buy it eventually, that's all I can say. So let's go ahead and check this one out. Alright, so interesting track there. Interesting sound design there, with whatever you have going on there. What is that, Harmor or something? That was pretty interesting. One thing, mix-wise, I feel like the hi-hats could have maybe been a little less up there. I felt like they were super high frequency, and I feel like you could have done something with those. Maybe turn them down a little bit or something. Let's check that out again. Oops, I already forgot to mute the mic again. Once again, I am sorry, but yeah, the high frequencies were a little bit abrasive there. A little bit too high frequency, a little bit too loud. So that's one thing I would look at. The sound design was pretty cool. It was cool drum and bass, cool choice of samples. So all in all, I think that's one of the only things I could really say. Yeah, I would try to find a way to mix the hi-hats a little bit more, but yeah, this does go pretty hard, man. Pretty cool stuff, man. I do enjoy that. Again, the only thing I can really say is the high frequencies. It just felt like it was a little bit too piercing in the high frequencies, but otherwise it's a really interesting track because it does have some interesting sound design there. So, good stuff, man. You got a nice kind of ambient intro and kind of bridge here, so yeah, let's go ahead and check out Joka. I am terrible with names. I apologize to everybody whose name I butcher, but he sent it in yesterday, very early on. So let's go ahead and check that out real quick here. We got Filthy, which is a dubstep track. Let's try not to forget to mute the mic this time.
I wanna see your ends in the air. Keep it funky. I wanna see your ends in the air.
All right. But vaporwave would be cool, man. I love vaporwave. So that was pretty filthy, I would say. Yeah, some criticism I would say is about the lead. It felt a little bit, I don't know if it was loud. Maybe, again, high frequencies can be pretty loud in that lead too. Again, I don't know if it was just the high frequencies or that it was too loud. It did feel a bit too loud, I would say. Drum choice, somebody said something about the drum choice. Yeah, I mean, the kick did feel like it got a bit buried in the drop. It could be the lack of the high frequencies or just too much going on with the bass, and that the bass is just kind of clashing with the drums. So it did feel a little bit flat. Sound design was on point, man. Cool sound design. I would check out some some ways to EQ it, maybe make a little bit of room, and maybe find a way to mix the drums or select a different drum choice and mix it a little bit to have that sound a little bit tighter. Otherwise, cool stuff. The lead, I wasn't honestly a fan of the lead. I think the drops were dope. Sound design was awesome. And I feel like the lead could have had some cooler sound design. I feel like the cool sound design from the drops kind of made the lead feel a little bit lacking. You don't have to make a new sound. You could maybe try layering it with something else just to make it a little bit interesting. And maybe make it a little bit less one-dimensional. So you could maybe layer it with something that might be a little bit wider or grittier or more detuned, and just kind of add some depth to your sound. And that will also require you probably to turn it down, because obviously if you layer sounds, it's going to be kind of loud. So you're going to add volume to the sound. So yeah, just some tips that I have. Otherwise, pretty filthy stuff, man. So yeah, filthy for sure. Who's peacing out? All right, see you later, Kenny. I'm going to sleep. It's probably late for a lot of people. It's only 11 o'clock over here, but I know everybody's in different time zones. So thanks for coming by, and I hope you guys, you, Kenny, have a good rest of the night, and whoever might be leaving. So good stuff on this one, man. I would just, again, check out some ways to kind of mix the drums a little bit better, and maybe also the bass. Yeah, so that's that. And high frequencies, I think, is an important thing to pay attention to. Obviously, all frequencies are important, but high frequencies don't have to be as loud as mid frequencies to be perceived at the same volume. High frequencies will be perceived a lot louder than mids and lows and things like that, just by the pure nature that high frequencies work. So, yes, sir. What did you learn today? Don't use Apple EarPods. Yeah, Apple EarPods probably not the best choice for mixing. So, but yeah, you're going to sleep. Thanks for sticking around so long. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, dope stuff though, and thanks for joining us. So let's see who is next. We have Sam Sala, again, name butchering, but we've got a little bit of Trapperoo here. So let's go ahead and pop that open. Pretty cool background there. Let's go ahead and mute this. I'm in your time zone, so I can... Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, man. Boston area, so it's only 11 o'clock. Lucky me. Let's go ahead and enjoy this one. That was pretty cool. Cool, some trap there. The Kill Bill siren caught me right away. That was a big trend for a while where everybody was using a Kill Bill siren. Pretty cool though. I like the whole chopping thing that you got going on. The 808 was kind of cool too. I feel like maybe you could have used another mix-up here when you bring this part back. Maybe mix it up a little bit, maybe change some of the notes or something like that, because that gets a little bit repetitive, but otherwise it was pretty cool. Nice, you know, drums, 808 was pretty cool. So yeah, good job on that. The only thing I would say, again, is just mix it up a little bit. You got some change-ups happening here. You got some change-ups happening here, but I don't know. I did feel like that sound maybe just repeated a little bit too much. Just my personal opinion. I feel like the track is tight though, and definitely a cool bottom end. Highs aren't piercing or anything, so that's good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty dope track, man. I'd love to hear some vocals on it or something. Peace out, Zikta. Thanks for stopping by, man. Do appreciate it. Never forget that sub bass. Yeah, you cannot forget the sub bass. Jesus, Ander. You talk about zebras? Yeah. Everybody's from different areas. That's cool. We got people in Colorado. We got people in time zones where it's 4 o'clock in the morning. That's crazy. So thanks for hanging out so late. That was a cool track. I'm not a huge, traditional trap guy. I don't really, specialize in that. So that was pretty cool. I did enjoy that. Yeah, I don't know if it was just me, if it got, that sound got repetitive or something like that. I just feel it needed something more to kind of mix it up. Maybe just a part where it completely gets wacky and screwy or something, which it already kind of was. So maybe just a different sound, what I can say again, just to kind of summarize it, is just it felt like that sound got repetitive. Otherwise, that's a pretty tight track here. We got Makaki, again, name butchering. We got some drum and bass up in here. What's up, man? Stationary Tuna. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. 6 a.m. in Finland. Well, damn. Alright, let's go ahead and check this one out. Gonna mute my microphone and let's enjoy.
I'll make everything. That if ever, for any reason, anyone discovers what exactly the universe is for and why it is here, it will instantly disappear. and be replaced by something even more bizarre and inexplicable. There is another that states that this has already happened. The universe.
Alright, so nice melodic tune there. One thing that stands out a lot is, once again, high frequencies. That's one thing that's, when you're still kind of new to producing and things like that, or if you're not using speakers that output high frequencies well or accurately, that's one thing that kind of get wrong very easily. It's just having loud and piercing high frequencies. I feel like it just became so busy. And the snare had a lot of high frequencies, everything had a lot of high frequencies, and it just felt very piercing in that area. The melodies and everything was nice. I had a really nice melodic feel, but again, mixing-wise, I also felt like a lot of things were very stereo and very wide, and that just usually doesn't work very well. You want to have some contrast in the stereo environment. For things to feel wide, you need to actually have some contrast and have something sit in the middle, and some things just need to sit in the middle as well, like drums should always be centered, and some things can be wide, but generally speaking, you don't want to have everything be super wide, because then the whole thing is just going to sound super wide, and it's not going to have any dimension. It's, you're trying to add dimension to your track by widening it out, by making everything wide, or mostly everything, you actually end up losing dimension, because then it's just on the same dimension, if that makes sense. But no, the melody was nice. It was a nice tune, nice flow. Those are just some nitpicks on the mix down. Otherwise, it was cool, dude. It was a cool track. Nice melody. I always like melodic stuff, and it worked. So those are just some things that I would kind of keep an eye on and try to improve on a little bit. But, that's just my opinion. But I do, generally believe that the high frequencies are a tough thing to nail at first. So, I would check out, see what needs to be turned down, and maybe apply some high shelves, and just take down a high shelf, a couple of dB on some of the sounds. Maybe the snare as well. Maybe check out a different snare or something. I don't know. It might just need a little bit less high frequencies, and maybe make room up there in some other ways as well. But the chat does go silent when I start talking, huh? That's kind of strange. But there's only 23 people in here right now, so it's not as busy as it was anyways. But nice track, man. I props on the melodic stuff. So that's a very nice tune. Enjoy your nap, Missing Note. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's see, who we have next here. Is this the one we just listened to? Which one did we just listen to? We listened to, okay, the drum and bass tune. That's right, Universe. So, let me go back to where I was in my list here. So we have S. Baker here with To Love. And it's a dubstep tune, and it's a 5.5-minute dubstep tune. I'll spam when you talk. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of freaking submissions, man. I'm still getting submissions. I'm getting submissions right now, actually. My list is refreshing every couple of minutes or so when I get a new message, so I'm still getting submissions at this point. We're probably not going to get through all of them. So here we go.
I'll show
Well, damn, that was cool. That was a cool track. Definitely had a kind of must-die kind of feel to it. Skrillexy feel at some point as well. Maybe even a spaghetti kind of sound, kind of feel to it. That was a dope track, man. I feel like the bridge part over here got a little bit busy and a little bit loud. Maybe like it just got a little bit busy. I think it was over here as well somewhere. It just got a bit busy, and I think the vocals should have maybe stood up front rather than the synths. Vocals should probably usually sit on top. Overall, nice track though, man. In the drop, dope sound design. I mean, you know, one of those squeaky sounds. That one is a pretty, you know, generally most people know how to make that sound, but the other sounds around it were pretty cool. You had a cool groove going with that sound, which is important. You know, the sound design can be easy, but if you use it well, then that's cool. I don't know if it was just me, but it felt like the hi-hats were maybe just a little tiny bit too loud on top here. Maybe just by a tiny bit. I don't know, that could just be me, man. And it doesn't even feel like by much. And again, that's just my opinion. Maybe just a tiny bit. Because there is a lot of high frequency stuff going on in these sounds. Cool sound design though. Some of these squelches here. Perhaps there, some of those, that squelch right there in particular could have been a little bit louder as well. But these are just nitpicks, man. This was a dope track. This was a dope drop. You had cool flow on it. All in all, I just, you know, feel like some of these sections got a little busy with the vocals, and some of the effects in the non-drop parts felt a little bit loud as well. Which felt like, to me, like it made it a little bit busy. But props on this track, man. That was a cool track. And, it was a good 5.5 minutes, so no worries about the lengths there, man. Alright, so I was trying to pay attention. Alright, cool. That's your name. Sorry, I looked away for a second there. Let's see. You want to know where you are sitting? Not quite sure here at first look. When did you submit it? Because I don't seem to see you in the list here, unfortunately. I don't think we skipped anybody this time. Yeah, I don't see it here at first glance. Now I'll look again. I mean, when the track is playing, but sorry, I just don't see it right now, and I'm really looking for it. Thanks for the feedback, man. I really appreciate it. Not a problem, man. Dope track. Good work on that. I like that kind of stuff. Alright, so here we go. Hearing Pixels with Riot. The mix is terrible, he says. I have no idea how to mix. Well, no problem, man. Our good friends in the chat are going to give you some tips and tell you what they think, and so will I. So let's go ahead and mute this microphone and check out this tune.
Yeah.
All right, so cool track, man. Yeah, I think I would agree there. I think the snare could have been changed a little bit. It felt a little bit doofy, a little bit, well, not doofy, but kind of maybe a little bit muddy and not really as tight. Could have definitely used a tighter snare. Otherwise, cool track. The stabs maybe could have used a little bit of treating there. Maybe felt a little bit too busy when that was happening. I don't know. I would maybe take those chords there, maybe layer a bass with it, and just maybe EQ the chords a little bit. It's kind of a nitpick. I just feel like that didn't sit right with it. Sound design is pretty cool. Yeah, I would take a look at some different samples there. Had some interesting stuff happening though, so definitely on the right track, man. This is a pretty cool track, and you said that it was, I don't know, something negative about it. I don't think it was bad, man. We could use a little bit of treatment in the mix, but otherwise, you know, that's about it. Cool stuff though, man. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my mails. Where was I? It just changed again, so now I have to find. Oh, that's right. We're gonna do the email submission. Saves trouble. Why don't you just copy the names like the next few people? Copy and paste the names of the next few people. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. I'm trying to figure out where we were. We heard hearing pixels last. Alright, so we've got Hyperless next. I'll announce the names. I mean, copying and pasting would be kind of a pain in the ass, and it would take add some dead space to the stream, some silence, which I kind of want to keep the pace here. But we've got Hyperless next. We've got Murray Pistolo next. Then we have Brutal Tech. Then we have Panel Sounds. Excuse me. And then we have Skyth, however you pronounce it, Skyth. Then we have Keeps. I believe you already sent something in earlier, didn't you? I could have sworn we heard something from you, which was actually a cool track. I could be going crazy though. And Jixon, and then a few more after that. And I also got some through email, so we'll check those out too, I guess. But here we have Trapped by Viridian, which is apparently by Psycho GFX on YouTube here. So let's go ahead and peep this chill out track. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to not submit anymore, because we've been going for 2.5 hours and we have enough tracks to go for another while, and I don't want to go up to more than 4 hours really. I don't want to stream for almost 5 hours again, so we're gonna keep these submissions. We'll close them now, and let's see, how many do we have here? We've got a couple more on email, and then we've got a bunch on SoundCloud still. Yeah, we heard Keeps. I thought so. So he already got his track in. Sorry, I'm only gonna try to do one track per person just to keep it fair. Because you already had one of yours played, and as I remember, it was a cool track too. So anyways, here we go. We have Trapped Chill Out by Viridian, so enjoy. Well, that was super chilled out. Wow. I'm so mellow right now, dude. I don't even want to talk. I just want to like relax and drink a cup of tea or something. That was really chill, man. I really enjoyed that. That put me in almost a trance-like state. So good work with that, man. I don't really have anything to say. I mean, I'd love to give you some criticism, but I was so zoned out there. I don't think there's anything. I don't know. I can't really nitpick that. That was dude. That was awesome, man. Yeah, that was cool. I enjoyed that. I'm so mellow. I guess that's all I can really say. That's my review on it. It mellowed me out. I think it did the job well, dude. Let's see, Ender, your track's next. Yeah, sorry, I don't have anything bad to say about that. That zoned me out. I didn't hear anything that sounded bad to me. I was just spacing, man. So, yeah, I'm chilled. Yay, my track now, Ender Murillo. What was yours? Because we have let's see, we listened. Where did we leave off? We listened to Hearing Pixels. We heard Riot, right? Which one was this? Yeah, we heard this one. So after Hearing Pixels, we listened to Psycho, which was Viridian. I'm terrible with names. So that means Hyperless is next. And my new song is Full Collisions. Like, how many times I almost fell asleep making it. Yeah, man, I can imagine. That's cool. I want to do some chilled out stuff too, man. I'm always trying to do all that bass music when I should just like take it easy once in a while. All right, so Hyperless, your track is a remix. Yeah, Hyperless, you are next, but your track is a remix. So can you tell me what you remix? Because I try not to do remixes, man. I thought I stated that. Let's see, who's the original by here? Oh yeah, yours is right after Ander. Oh, do you know the guy who made the original? I'm not familiar with this person. Oh, what's up, J-Tux? What's going on, man? He made it to the stream. Holy moly. That's my buddy Josh over there. You should check out his channel. He's got some awesome tunes. He also goes by Fane. Let's see. Alright. Hyperless, if you could let me know what's going on with that remix, I would appreciate that. Just because I don't want to have any issues. Yes, as in yes, you are friends with him. He gave you the okays for that. Alright, well, we'll go ahead and play that then. I hope I don't get a copyright claim. As long as you know that he doesn't have a copyrighted, we're good to go. I don't want any copyrighted material, which is why I try not to do remixes. Work on a drum and bass track next. Yeah, man, you should do some liquid drum and bass. You got the whole chill out thing chill out thing down. So I'd love to hear some like liquid drum and bass from you. Song has, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. All right, so let's go ahead and play that, and then afterwards we have your track, Ender, which is yeah, it's next. So let's go ahead and play this. I'm gonna go ahead and just mute the microphone here. There we go.
Bags of sand handy around the house and keep bathtubs filled with water and keep garden hoses connected to faucets, just in case. At the meeting, Lieutenant General DeWitt, commanding the 4th Army of the United States, announced that last night's blackout of San Francisco was unsatisfactory. Death and destruction at any moment is now a possibility for an indefinite time as far as is concerned.
Alright, so that was a pretty cool track. Good work on that. Any criticism I would have would be on the sub bass. You said you made the 808 yourself, and a good tip I have for that is a lot of people don't have subwoofers, so they probably wouldn't be able to even pick up that there is an 808 in this track. So what I would do is maybe try to find a way to add some harmonics to the 808 so it does stand out a little bit further on certain systems that don't go as low as into the real sub frequency, and that will have help it be perceived a little bit more at least. So I would try some overdriving techniques to kind of get some slight distortion on it, or even using something like a triangle, something that has some more harmonics. But overall, I mean, it was a cool track. I had good flow. It had a cool, some cool sound design. I really dug it, man. So, you said, like I said, you made the 808 yourself. So those are some things I would check out. If I can just give you a quick tip, actually. If you're making an 808 with something like, I'm just going to use Serum because you can pretty much do this with anything. And let's say you have a sine wave, right? Something like that. And I feel like your track was somewhere up here anyways in C. It was a very high bass, which is something that I also noticed right away, that your sub was very high up in terms of note. I don't know if it was a C or a B, if it was just an A, but it sounded like it was maybe a B or something like that. I don't know if you had the track on B, but anyways, some systems still may not pick that up, so in some cases it can be good to use something like a triangle. As you can hear, even if you don't have a beefy system with low frequencies, you will still be able to kind of perceive that the sound is there. And if you are using a sine wave, you can use some subtle distortion on it, because you get a very similar effect. This essentially sounds the same as using a triangle, right? So that's one way to get your 808 to be picked up a little bit more. Even if you go super low, like you go into the C4, you can still hear it. My speakers don't play sub that low, but I can still tell that there's an 808 there. And if you're making it in Serum, one tip I can give you is if you have a sine wave like this, some of these formulas can be useful for that, because you can turn that into an overdriven sine wave. So if you go to sine overdrive here, it turns it into a wavetable, which at the bottom is a sine wave, and at the top you can see that it clips it. So I'm pointing at my screen right now, again, like you can see that, but it clips the sine wave, and this clipping gives you harmonics. This means, just check it out. You can use subtle amounts of it and add harmonics that way, but this is going to be a different kind of harmonic than using a triangle or a regular distortion. So there's a couple of different ways that you can do it. Some people like to use send channels and send just a sine wave into another track and then add distortion to that and layer it, so you still have a little bit of both. There's all kinds of things you can do. That's one thing I would check out at developing your 808s a little bit further. I'm not an 808 master or anything, but those are some kind of things that I would recommend getting into. So, a dope track though, cool sound design. Definitely props for that. Yeah, the track was in B. Yeah, I figured it was in B. It sounded very high to me, and B sounded just like the note of your track. At first I thought it was A, but no, it sounded higher than that. So next one is, let's do a couple of email ones real quick, because I got some emails later, right around this point, or maybe even a little bit before that. So we have Will Bro. Alright, bro. Whoop-a-doo. And after that, actually, no, I was gonna do this guy next. Sorry. We'll do this one right after this. We'll do Orange Sauce Muriel Pistolo next. Electro dubstep or electro dubstep. So we can do that, and let's see what's going on here. No, I'm doing reviews, but I'm not taking submissions anymore. So Tiger is correct. These tips are great. Yeah, I would check out doing some of those and getting your 808 to not only sound better on all systems, but also a little bit more beefy. So again, I don't have a subwoofer. I have tiny KRKs. These are some of the tiniest KRKs you can get. These are the Rocket 5s, and the lowest sub I'll hear is an E flat. So if I go anything lower than that, I don't hear the sub. So some tracks tend to be in that, and the only way I can perceive the 808 is through any kind of overdriving or a distortion, or you can use an amp on it. There's so many different things that you can do, but let's go ahead and peep this one here. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic. Enjoy. Alright, so that was interesting. That was probably one of the happiest tracks that we've had today. So pretty much what I would say, first of all, well, my guess would be that there isn't much sub-content there besides maybe some of the sounds, maybe mainly the saw bass, which just has some natural sub, and the kick, of course. Other than that, I didn't really feel like there was anything else happening there, so I would try to actually have something happening on that kind of low end to have some kind of consistency, because some of these sounds didn't feel like they had a consistent sub. Again, I don't have a subwoofer, but even, you know, kind of putting my hands on the side of the cone of my speakers, I didn't really feel like there was anything happening down there in terms of sub bass, except for the kick and some of these sounds. So I would say work on that. Some of the sound design, although I understand it was very experimental, and I could tell from a lot of these sounds, some of the sounds just kind of fell off. There was one in particular here. Where is it? Like that one right there. That one could probably use some work. It was, I mean, it's different, it's interesting, but I would work on the sound design a bit. And just try and get some consistency in the bass lines. You know, because there are ways to kind of create consistency through call and response and things like that, and help make something feel a little bit less random. But I can appreciate the trying to, you know, do something experimental and different. I had a very nice intro. I really enjoyed the intro here, so that was nice. But again, I would try to work on some of the sub bass and things like that. It doesn't have to be a sub bass, maybe just something with more low frequency content that you can kind of put in there, and find a way to mix it in there to kind of have that be a little bit more consistent, especially some of the sounds they could use maybe just a sub bass. So yeah, other than that, yeah, keep working on it. I mean, it's a different direction that I haven't heard before. It was very happy too, so you must have made this in some kind of major scale, because it felt extremely happy. So it just makes you want to kind of, you know, I don't know, skip down the street or something. Okay, somebody's peacing out. You have a good night. Thanks for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's 11:51. Already getting kind of old here. Getting kind of tired. You can tell I'm getting tired, actually, because I can't even speak. So let's go ahead and see how the stream's doing here. Alright, stream is still in good health. Cool beans. Alright, so let's go ahead and check out this track. We got Brutal Tech with Kill It With Kindness featuring Brody. I can't even speak. I'm getting extremely tired here. I might actually take a quick 5-minute break at some point as well, just to make some coffee, because I really need it right now. But we're going to go ahead and check this one out. I know he's been waiting for a while. Most of you actually have been waiting for a while. So let's try and get through these. Here we go.
And I'm back from the Philippines. We all know when my music born, I'm out doing hella beat. Your mama spit it out, but you know it was a mystery. And fuck that man bullshit, mommy smoking glycerine. Moving up the mystery, leave that back and listen to me. Suckers getting old like that show up on that mystery. Let me call you Sickery, nothing contradictory. Something's with me, and I need a scientific. you were my ride or die. All you did was pretend. You know I need a girl to get in the hind end. Now all this shit is over, never doing it again. Never say I do when all you need is a friend. You'll never grow old again and take a shit, you don't depend. People just can't seem to get along. Like Ukraine and Russians hitting on a bomb. If you don't like it, you can suck my schlong.
Alright, so that was pretty grimy. Some criticism that I have with it would be the mixdown in particular. Once again, the high ends. That's one thing, again, I've said this before, but that's one thing that's really easily overlooked in the beginning stages of production. And it felt a little bit too crispy, partially due to the hi-hats, and it could have been that they were maybe boosted in the high frequencies, or maybe they were just a little bit too loud, but it felt extremely busy in the high frequencies, and therefore it just felt a little bit piercy. But otherwise, the sound design, I mean, somebody over here said they want to hear new sounds. Yeah, I mean, maybe you've heard those sounds before. I know I have heard some of those sounds before, but, you know, it still doesn't mean that it's bad sound design. I mean, you know, not everybody can invent a whole brand new sound. I think for what it is, it's pretty cool. It does have interesting sound design. I mean, it flows well. The vocals were kind of cool. They were actually pretty funny at some point, so I kind of enjoyed that as well. Overall, pretty good track, man. I would just kind of check out some mixing stuff for the high end, maybe taking down the volume on some of them, or doing some EQing. And again, I don't use a sub bass, but so I can't really tell if it was just because I don't have speakers that go super low. But it felt to me like sub bass was a little bit inconsistent again, or, you know, just maybe even not there. So I would, if you don't already do it, try layering some kind of sub bass underneath your sound. But again, it could just be that it was in a super low note or a super low key where I couldn't really pick it up on my speakers or feel it. But yeah, I normally do feel sub bass quite well unless it goes, you know, super low. So that could have something to do with it as well. But again, mainly pay attention to them high frequencies. And yeah, props on that. Good job. People seem to enjoy it here. What's going on? Harmor is life. Harmor is indeed life, man. And Vaporwave is awesome. I freaking love Vaporwave. There's some really good mixes out there. If you haven't checked it out yet, you should check out Synthwave and you know, what else is it called? Anything really that sounds like that 80s kind of music. So just check out like Synthwave and that stuff, and you'll find some pretty cool subgenres of that as well. Yeah, porn samples can be interesting. I've done it before. That reminds me of a Dodge and Fusky track. They've done it before as well. So, old track, old tune. So now we have TNT with melodic dubstep stuff, work in progress. So let's go ahead and peep this. Enjoy. So that was pretty sweet. I really like what you had going there. There was some nice leads, some nice chords. One way that you could probably beef it up a little bit, though, is adding some more kind of layers while your chords are playing. So maybe a nice kind of mid-range bass, maybe like a nice detuned or distorted saw, something like that. Not sure why I said detuned when I meant distorted. But something that kind of beefs up the lower frequencies and just makes the whole layer feel a bit bigger and more impressive. But otherwise, it was really freaking sweet, man. This is a work in progress, so if you just do a little bit of layering in there, this is going to be a really freaking sweet track. So props on that, man. I really like that. Good work on that. Yeah, it didn't really have any bass. I would definitely try to beef it up a little bit in that regard. So you know, if you have a nice a distorted saw or something like that, it would beef it up as well, and those usually have some good sub-harmonic content. But you know, you can also high pass a really distorted saw and just layer a sub over that, and you can also layer more than one sound over. I mean, there's people who layer all kinds of sound, and that's how they get these really impressive chord stacks. But all in all, good work, man. This was super nice. Yeah, something like you have here, maybe, you know, something like that with something, maybe a little bit of something to give it a little bit of an edge, so it's not just a plain kind of saw wave. Maybe layer some noise in it, distort it. Keep wanting to say detuning, something like that. So I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can do if you are using 3x OSC. Even if you don't have anything super impressive, you can just take a saw wave like this and maybe add a little bit of noise to it with this domino looking thing and distort that together, and that'll give you a nice, really kind of fat kind of sound here. So you can use the fast distortion and multiple different kinds of distortion to make it sound different. Layers of distortion that do distort it differently will just give you a more unique kind of result. See, let's bring that a little bit lower. So that's, you know, with a little bit of distortion, and maybe give it a high shelf to make room for the chords, and maybe remove some of the muddiness, and you've got yourself a pretty solid low end with some higher harmonics to make that chord stack a little bit more impressive. And you can also layer the leads when the chords are playing. So like I said, though, that's again just a criticism, but overall I really enjoyed this track because it was nice and melodic and it worked. So just some tips to look out for, but good work, and looking forward to hopefully hearing that finished version. So Alan Moore, yeah, Alan Moore is awesome, man. I've been obsessed with that guy recently. Yeah, maybe improve on the sound design, but you know, it's melodic, so if you do something melodic, the sound design doesn't always have to be impressive, as long as you kind of build off of that melodic part and you know, find ways to make that interesting over the course of a song. You could have that section right there, but of course if you repeat the same thing over and over, it's going to get a little bit repetitive as well. So what's up, dude, man? So I would also, you know, if you do start working on that track a little bit more and trying to finish it on, you know, coming up with ways to make that sweet melodic part interesting over the course of a, you know, what have you, 3-minute or 4-minute song, even if it's, you know, under 3 minutes. But again, props, really, really interesting stuff. Enjoyed that. Let's see, let's do one more out of these here. What do we got? Oh, somebody sent the track and it was not found, so that's unfortunate. That was C. Shavnagi. I'm totally butchering that. I know I am. Could have sworn I saw that name. I saw that name in a chat. That was somebody who is 5 hours ahead of us, so it's like 5 a.m. for him, so he's probably not even here anymore. So who would be next now? Let's see. Somebody sent me a blank message, so no track attached there. That's from Jose Louis. So if you are Jose Louis, I don't want to give away the entire name, but if that's part of your name, then I would try to attach a track. So who would be next after that? Did we hear this one? We didn't hear this one. Oops, it skipped again. Alright, so we did hear Brutal Tech. Okay, oops, my list keeps scrolling up on me from new messages. So we have this guy next. Alright, Brutal Tech, we did play your track, right? Yeah. Why does it keep doing that? I'm trying to scroll through my messages, but every time I click one of them, it refreshes on me and scrolls back up. Just trying to make sure I'm not skipping anybody here. Which one was this? Yeah, we heard this one. So, Panel Sounds is next. Here we go. I'm not sure if you're still around, buddy, but you are up. So we have Panel Sounds with Vacant, and this is a demo. So let me go ahead and shut myself up and play the tune. Alright, so that was nice. Once again, a nice melodic kind of track. Unfortunately, it was only a half a minute. It was really nice, though. It had nice, holy chicken sandwich, it's me. Yeah, it's you, man. It was a nice tune, dude. It had a nice, nice progression. I would, work on layering a little bit, once again, to make it a little bit more interesting. And just work off of the progression that you have. I mean, it's very short. Maybe even beef up the kick a little bit more, maybe more sidechain and maybe just more volume to the kick, but the kick felt a little bit flat. Yeah, and the high end too. I mean, that's something I've been saying the entire time. It's something I would also pay attention to, but again, in terms of the actual production, I think you could use a little bit of something layered in there to make it a little bit more interesting. Skith. Let's see where you are. You are oh, you're next, man, so don't worry about it. You are actually coming up right after Panel. But yeah, it was a nice tune though, man. Maybe to elaborate a little bit on this, bring in, you know, maybe another lead on top of that. You know, like I said, layering and making things more interesting. You could try harmonies. I'm not sure if you're familiar with harmonies. That could be something nice to do as well. Maybe layering on the chords as well. There's some VR Virtual Riot videos floating around out there on chord stacking and things like that. I think Kashmir's done some as well on layering and stuff like that. So I'd check those out. But again, like I said, it's a nice track. Melodically, it works very well. And so I would just elaborate on the melodies, maybe mix up the chords later on. You can always do different ways of mixing up chords by throwing in different chords and keeping, you know, some parts repetitive, but just changing some parts just to kind of throw you off and, you know, make it interesting over the course of a track once again. But again, nice stuff, man. Like I said, more leads, maybe just more layering and, you know, working on the mix a little bit. There's a lot you could do to maybe treat higher frequencies and the kick and, you know, sidechaining, things like that. But, you know, good job nonetheless. So we have Skith next. Here we go. Okay, it's a remix. So you said it's free and it's hosted a remix competition. Well, I mean, even if it's free, it could have some kind of copyright. I don't know if I'm going to be striked for it. Let me go ahead and do a little bit of research real quick on that. I mean, I would really like if people didn't send in remixes. That would just make my life a whole lot easier so I don't have to worry about it. Because, I mean, free downloads and stuff like that can still be detected on YouTube very, very easily, unfortunately. Man, so let's see. Oh, come on. I'm trying to copy the name of this song so I can look it up real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if this track has copyright or not, and it really sucks that I have to do the research for that. Alright, well, yeah, that's a shame. I'm really scared to play this track just in case it has something in it that will still get detected, but, well, here goes nothing. Yeah, have a good night, Panel Sounds. Thanks for the submission, man. I do appreciate it, dude, and thanks for sticking around. A nice track, man. Nice melodic stuff. It was cool. Alright, so here we go.
Legit now. Can't strain my bone.
That was a sweet track, man. Really enjoyed that. That was some nice complextra there. Don't hear a lot of people doing complextra anymore. At least maybe I don't look hard enough, but this was really dope, man. So good job on that. Anything that I would say in terms of criticism would be really nitpicking. Maybe like tighter drums or something like that, but that's really nitpicking. That's again just subjective as well. Everything was dope. I mean, the sound design was pretty much spot on. The mix was pretty damn good. Personally, I would just go with different drums, but that's just me, and that's, you know, something that everybody's gonna feel differently. Most of you are probably gonna say you're crazy, saying 'cause drums are fine, but that's again just freaking nitpicking. But dope track though. Otherwise, I mean, not much to say about it. I had, like I said, good sound design. The melodies were nice in between. It did have that super complextro feel. It flowed really nice. It didn't get boring at all over the course of 5 minutes. So good job on that, man. Really, really good track. Really enjoyed that. Let's see here. Who is next? Actually, that's right. I was going to do a 5-minute bathroom break, so I hope you guys don't mind if I just step out. It probably won't even be 5 minutes. I just need to go ahead and grab some more water and let go of some more water, if you catch my drift. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes here. So enjoy some cool reggae and enjoy this meme.
Stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon into Mount Zion, holy Mount Zion. Stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Man. Oh, we go stepping out of Babylon. Hey, hey. 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 Now hear this. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I man shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall feel no evil. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. Hey, in the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. In the valley of the shadow, in the shadow of the valley. It's red in the valley, 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 valley, dread in the valley, it's red in the valley, valley, dread in the valley, it's red 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 in the valley, valley, dread in the valley, it's red in the valley. So dread. stepping out of Babylon. Stepping out of Babylon. Wow, yeah, stepping out of Babylon.
Alright, I'm back, so let's go ahead and do some more tracks, probably another 20 minutes or so. And yeah, I think after that we can call it quits. So let's go ahead and get rid of Jim Carrey and get back to this. Let's see, where are we? Here we are. So who's next? We did Skith with his Complextro. So now we have Keeps. Keeps already submitted a track. Unfortunately, to make it fair so everybody gets a chance, I'm gonna go ahead and not do this one. You can send it in for the next review if you want, but I know we've already played one of yours somewhere here. I think you had it under a different name even. But let's see who we have next. I'm always getting lost in this list. Nasty Porks. I thought we already heard one from you too, Nasty Porks, didn't we? Let's see. Could have sworn so. Guys, did we hear Nasty? Yeah, we did. No, we didn't. I don't know. Let's see. I guess it's just my imagination then. I thought we did. Alright, well, we don't have too many anyways, so let's see. How many do we have? You know what, screw it. We'll do those who have already submitted, we'll do those then after, but we'll do GMAC now with Watch Out. And it's a trap song, so let's go ahead and play this one. That was cool. What do you mean it looks like Hero Bust? Might be missing out on something. That was a cool track though. Pretty dirty, pretty filthy. Had a nice intro too. Really interesting sound design, man. If anything, it just felt a little bit empty, but maybe that's just me. But this was pretty damn sick though, man. Nasty sound design. Nasty kind of trap vibe, so it had a nice sub underneath. Yeah, all in all, I would say maybe just try to fill it out. Maybe, I mean, it doesn't have to be super full, doesn't have to be a lot, but something else to maybe you know, just kind of fill up the space a little bit and create maybe a bit more of a mood or something like that in the background. Maybe a pad or something like that, like a light pad. I would suggest something like that. But all in all, really good track, man. Yeah, hope you continue working on that, man. I really think it could just use something kind of sitting in the background in that drop, though. Something subtle. It doesn't have to overtake the bass. And again, it's just my opinion, so good work on that, man. Good stuff. So who do we have next? We have Kai Trip. Not sure if you are still here, because that was submitted over an hour ago. Okay, we have exosphere.png and thermosphere.jpg. You submitted 2 tracks, so we're going to only play one of them in order to let everybody else get a chance. So let's go ahead and play thermosphere.jpg. You meant the waveform looks like it. Oh, alright. I wouldn't know. I haven't listened to a lot of Hero Bus, to be honest. I mean, I know about him, but I've heard some of his stuff, but not enough to stand out. Like, I can't think of anything in particular. So, anyways, here we go. Super nice track, man. Super chill. Definitely love these melodic parts. Love the bass drop here. Very nice. The only criticism I have with it is maybe the first of all, the relationship between the kick and sub. You could probably mix that a little bit better. It just felt I don't know, like you could have had the kick maybe sidechain the sub bass a little bit more or something. At some points, it just felt like it just wasn't working well together. So what I would do on that is maybe solo the low end and try to tweak that with the low end soloed, and then go through the frequencies a little bit. You know, start turning up that maybe low pass filter, and then see how it sounds in the frequencies after that, and then go to your high frequencies and try to get that kick to pop through. And also what I would also do is maybe turn on the sub a little bit. Again, I don't use a sub, but it did sound like it was a little bit loud to me. And also, to kind of go back on the kick before I forget, it sounded a little bit clicky at some points too, so I'm not sure if you were the guy who asked how to get rid of the clicking on sub basses, but that's one thing I noticed on some parts. Nothing too major. If you do create a little bit of side chaining between that or something like that, it doesn't have to be super crazy side chaining, but just something to kind of make that work a little bit better. And again, the sub felt a little bit too loud, just by a tiny bit, so I would maybe find a way to kind of turn that down a little bit and just find a good balance for that. Who's saying, how do we submit? Yeah, sorry, it's a little bit late for that. We've been going for 3.5 hours, and we're just finishing up the ones that have been submitted already. Already getting a little bit tired, so let's try to keep this to what has been submitted. Because I'm still getting tracks, like, from 10 minutes ago. People are still submitting, so yeah. Let's see. We've already had some double submissions as well, kind of filling out this list. But otherwise, a really nice track, dude. Again, I would just work on the sub bass a little bit. I'm not sure if the relationship between the kick and sub bass is because it just needs side chaining, or if it's just because the sub is too loud, but that's something I would check out. So, and next up, we had, let's see, alternate. Oh man, where are we? Kite Trip. That's right, we had this one. So next up is Scarfy with Kidney Shot, and this is a dubstep track. Yes, you are, Barra. I saw your name. We'll try to get through them, as many of them as we can, though. So here we have Kidney Shot by Scarfy. Enjoy. Alright, so mainly I would think this one would just need mixing, as somebody already said that, and I kind of tend to agree on that part. Just a little bit of mixing, because it seems like drums and hi-hats are louder than the basses, the mid-range bass at least. I mean, you know, the sub is strong and everything, but the bass is just, I feel like, need to be mixed a little bit better. Yeah, so mainly I would just say mixing, perhaps. It could be some of the sound design as well, that it just, I don't know, it doesn't really come through, so maybe you can just beef it up a little bit in the sound design, but I would say that if you take a look at the mix with the basses, you could find a way to kind of beef it up a little bit, and just make it feel a bit more full that way, because right now, it seems like everything is louder except for your mid-range basses, so hi-hats and everything, cymbals. But otherwise, I mean, cool track, you know, it's got good flow in the drop. You know, it makes sense, baseline wise, so a good job on that part. It's got a nice, kind of intro as well, yeah. All in all, like I said, I would just work on the mix a little bit and find some ways to kind of balance things a little bit. Because in dubstep you typically want your bass and your kick and your snare to be the loudest part, and you typically don't want to have you know, everything sitting like on top of it, like overpowering it too much. So yeah, like I said, just take a look at the mix and see how you can kind of tweak that a little bit. I'm not even sure if you're still here in the stream, so yeah, good stuff though otherwise. And that's Scarfy. So let's see who we have next here. We have Vexillarius. That's tough for me to read. Vexillarius. Okay, it's easier to read on this screen. My other screen's not really the greatest, but Vexillarius. Time standing still. Drum step. Cool. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Someday that he's not paralyzed. At the sight of the blue, he sees time standing still, but he looks away so that his hopes won't rise. the sight of the blue. He sees time standing still, but he looks away so that his hopes won't rise.
Alright, so that was a pretty sweet track. Cool that you did your own vocals if you did. I was trying to see that today if you did your own vocals. I'm gonna go ahead and assume so, because why not? And if you did, then really nice job on that for actually, you know, singing on your track, because I can't sing at all, so respect for that. Nice stuff overall. I mean, again, mix-wise, I feel like it could have been a bit beefier, maybe in the low range. This is nitpicking, but the main critique I have with this is that it maybe gets a little bit repetitive, because we have it here, we have it here, we have it building up over here, we have it over here, and it's pretty much the same lead and pretty much playing the exact same melody for the most part here for a long time. So I would try to find ways to mix that up a little bit. You could even just take the melody out over here, and then by the time the drop comes in for the second time, or for whatever time it is, it wouldn't feel as repetitive by then. It would, you know, wouldn't be so easy to make it as I guess, I don't know, the best way of saying it would be it would make it sound less repetitive, I guess. Yeah, what I would do is maybe even use some different sounds, or again layering, just trying to make, if you do decide to reuse the melody, to make it more interesting. Otherwise, it's really sweet. I mean, it's got nice chords, it's got nice melodic vibe to it, and it works. I would just suggest maybe finding ways of mixing it up a little bit, adding some variations. Minor nitpick again is just maybe adding up a little bit of bass on the bottom to beef it up a little bit. You have some bass in there, but you could also, you know, always beef it up a little bit. But again, that's just a minor nitpick. With this kind of melodic stuff, I just like when it's nice and beefy, nice solid chord stack can go a long way. But again, main criticism would just be kind of doing something to kind of mitigate the repetitiveness of the main kind of melodies that you have here, because again,
He hopes
we have it building up again. By this time, we're already extremely familiar with it, so if you're going to want to make that effective over the course of 4 minutes, you're going to have to find different ways. You don't exactly have to change the melody either. Like I said, I mean, you could do that. You could change some of the sound design, or you could change the chords that are on the bottom of it. If you keep the same melody, but all of a sudden you have a different chord progression, that could help make it sound a little bit more interesting, and again, add something, kind of catch the listener off guard and be like, hey, this is different. This feels familiar, but also kind of intrigues you because it sounds a little bit different. And there's different ways you can do that. I mean, you can look at relative chords, or just, you know, using chords that still work with the melody. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Nice track overall. Can really appreciate, you know, if you did do your own vocals, and I can really appreciate that. And good work on the melodic aspect of this track. So good work on that, man. What's going on here? Datzig just saying, indeed. The vocals from his song is mostly him. That's, well, good stuff, man, if that's true. Do-doop-do-doo, do-doop-do-doo. Alright, let's see who's next here. Oh, we're down to 15 viewers. Stream is really starting to die down here as it gets to almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So AP Beats is next. We've got 2 Chainz type beat, no lie, for sale. Well, that's different. We usually don't get a lot of hip hop instrumentals, but let's go ahead and check it out anyways. Who we just listened to. I got what you mean now. We're talking about Alright, so I'm just not gonna let this play out because I'm pretty sure it's just gonna repeat the same thing over again. Which it pretty much does. Not really a big hip-hop guy, but, I mean, well done. Good beat. I mean, again, I can't really say much about hip-hop or instrumentals or anything like that. Mix sounds really good. I don't listen to 2 Chainz. I really couldn't tell you how accurate it is, but mix down wise it sounds good. Production wise it sounds solid, so for a hip hop type of instrumental I would totally say good job on that, man. It does get a little bit repetitive, although this is a beat, you know, for somebody's vocals on top of it, so that is partially why. Now on its own, you know, it is just repetitive, but when somebody's rapping on top of it or something like that, I'm sure it would make a lot more sense. So yeah. And again, you know, without vocals, I would just say it's repetitive. So, but otherwise, production-wise, like I said, good job on that. Again, not much to say for me because I don't specialize in this. This is something that you would probably want to send to like Mr. Different on his Feedback Friday. You know, so, anyways, how many do we have left here? All right, we got Barra here. I think we'll do one more after that, and then we'll call it quits. So you've got a remix here, and you said it's it should be alright, you said in your message, because you gave it out for free. Well, you know, even I mean, the Skrillex remix for that Damian Marley track, they gave out the stems for free as well, but you can still get copyright struck. Actually, I don't think that's a good example. I don't think that's the case. Not sure how the laws are on that, so I'm gonna go ahead and just risk it anyways and play this track because we've had some pretty good remixes anyways, and hopefully we won't get struck. I don't really know my laws on giving out stems and how that works, so let's take a second. That was a nice tune, man. Really lovely. I think the pretty much major criticism I have with this is something that you already pointed out twice, actually, which is just the sidechaining that you have in this, which is super aggressive. So, as you said, I mean, that's pretty much what stands out the most here. I would turn that down a little bit, or dial that back. Error. What? JK, I was gonna say, what was your track? I thought we already played you if you already sent one in, because we're pretty much at the top of the list now. And we have one more here on the SoundCloud after that, and the guys who sent it on my email didn't actually attach anything. One of them had a track that was removed from SoundCloud, the other one sent a blank email, and the other one we already played, so yeah, actually two of them sent in blank emails, which doesn't really work. But yeah, the sidechaining, I would definitely work on that. Otherwise, pretty sweet track, man. Yeah, it does get a little bit intense, especially since it's so fast. I mean, either way, it's a little bit aggressive, so yeah, pretty nice track, man. Yeah, the harp, that's yeah, must have been part of the stems. Either way, I mean, it's super nice. Nice lead. Yeah, the sidechaining just needs to be pretty much dialed back a little bit. So, like I said, you already know how that was one of the main things that you should fix. So that's pretty much self-explanatory there. Not much else. I mean, pretty nice mix. Maybe the tighten up the kick a little bit or something like that. Or not, maybe just add some more higher frequencies to the kick. I mean, that's again a nitpick, but don't really have to. I mean, it's feature based. You don't really need popping kicks, so that would just be a nitpick. I would probably just use something that has a little bit more of a punch to it, and probably something shorter, but that's just going down to personal opinion at this point, and everybody kind of has different views on that. Overall, it's super nice, super melodic. Just needs some love on that sidechaining. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, man. Analyze your old music and try not to make the same mistake twice. You know, that's how you learn. That's how I'm learning, and that's how I'm still continuing to learn. I look back at tracks that I've made a few months ago before I got decent speakers where I couldn't even hear mid frequencies, and I look back at how I did some of that stuff, and I try not to make those mistakes again. Yeah, overall, I mean, you know, I'm very particular about drums. I like a certain kind of drums, so that's the only thing I would really change on that, and sidechaining as well. Super nice stuff, though. Super nice, man. Alternate is next, and after that we're gonna call it quits, actually, because we're 1 minute past 4 hours. So after this one is the last one, we'll go ahead and end the stream. So that was a pretty dope track again. That's some cool drum and bass, some interesting sound design here. Really like the this break here as well. Very atmospheric, which I can always appreciate when you actually build an atmosphere. Some really kind of I feel like maybe at this part, these parts here, the strings don't really fit as much. I like it in the first part here. Not too sure how well I personally like it on the drop. Again, that's just a personal opinion there. I feel like it just doesn't really go well, and the bass could maybe be a bit beefier. But again, I mean, it's present. I just feel like it could be a bit bigger, and that the strings don't really merge with it too well. But it's pretty damn sweet though. This is what I like here, without the strings. Maybe you know, work on the sound design a little bit. Just make it feel a bit tighter and a bit more present. That's what I would recommend. But again, feeling those strings there, it would probably sound cool if you I don't know, found a way to make those work, because strings and drum and bass can work well, but I find like this particular way that you utilize them doesn't really I mean, I guess it's just me. It doesn't really sound awful. I guess that's just comparatively listening to it without the strings. I just kind of preferred it like that, or maybe just have less of them. I mean, the strings don't necessarily sound awful. Maybe just having less of them there. The kind of stab that happens sounds pretty cool. I like that. So maybe having just those would be kind of cool, without the kind of higher staccatos. Nonetheless, good track. Again, I would in particular just work on the sound design a little bit more, maybe get a beefier sound, or maybe process it differently. But it's a pretty cool sound nonetheless, so maybe building off of what you already have would be a good route to go, and maybe just finding ways of tweaking that. Either way, really dope drum and bass. Especially props for the whole atmosphere that you've built here. And the strings in the non-drop parts are really cool, so good work on that, man. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of the list. We're all done here, and it is 4 minutes and 4 hours and 9 minutes into the stream, so I think this is a pretty good point to leave off on. And I don't think I'm getting any more submissions, which is good. 10 people left in the stream. I'm surprised anybody is left in the stream after 4 hours of streaming. We had like 30 something people at its height, which is pretty good. And a really awesome community. This has been really fun, and I definitely think we should build some kind of group or something, maybe on Facebook, where we can all kind of chat and hang out. Let's see what's going on here. Can I hear trap production of yours? Oh, no problem, man. You want to hear trap production? Well, I don't really have any great trap. I'm not amazing at trap, man. But let's see if I have anything worth playing here before we exit out of the stream. Anything trap related. I mean, I have no idea. I might have more FLPs than actually bounce down tracks as well. Something that's a little bit better. So a lot of these are kind of old. And a lot of these are like works in progresses. Let's see. I know I had some that I just had up a minute ago. Where were those? I'm just going to search it, make it easier. Here we go. So we've got the hybrid trap. Let's see. What is this? This might be actually be. Oh no, that's a different version. That's actually a hybrid trap. It's a different version of Perspective Part 2. Never finished it because it was just not coming out the way I wanted it to. The snare sucked, and then I ended up losing most of the project, and so I couldn't fix the things I wanted to fix. And now I have something from a few years ago. What is this? Oh no, that's no good. That's old. So you got some stuff like this. Doesn't have a master on it, so this is probably from like beginning of actually probably the end of 2015 when I was still kind of into trap. Actually, I think I have a finished version of this somewhere. Well, not a finished, but a longer version. I got something similar. Like I said, I never finished these things. That was probably a lot of echo from the microphone. I never finished these things, and I haven't messed with it in a couple of years, but these are all pretty old by now. Some weird stuff. So yeah, just weird stuff. I don't think I have anything recent. If I do, I probably didn't name it with trap. I probably have a ton of productions that don't have trap in the name that are trap, which is probably why it's so hard for me to find an actual trap track. I probably have some FLPs that are more recent from this last year, from 2016. So let's go ahead and see if I have anything that will load up without breaking before I end this stream. I have some Indian. Oh, that's perspective, I think. Actually, it might be my tutorials folder too. Trap with cymatics. Oh yeah, that was fun. Trapping at home. Trap step stemmed. I think this one was from a video. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be live streaming more. I'll probably live stream again sometime next week, maybe during the week and then again on the weekend. But for sure, I'm gonna shoot for next weekend. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody who hung out. Yeah, that's true. Everything sucks until it doesn't. It's having to locate a bunch of stuff, so it's not gonna work. Oh yeah, all that red here. MIDI references. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. What is this? I'm missing every single stem because I stemmed everything down. Could you give us a tip about mixing? Like, keep your mix clean with some sounds overlapping each other. It's mainly just tweaking EQs and volume and things like that, and you can even use stereo to kind of make certain things work a little bit better. So if you have certain things stemmed out and other things, certain things stereo and other things kind of mono, then those will typically blend a little bit better. Also keeping layers in their respective frequency range, so you can layer low frequency stuff with higher frequency stuff without it interfering too much. This is, this is a vocal. This is a stemmed out beat that I made for a tutorial. I don't think I mixed it. No, there's not really a lot of mixing going on here. There's a stemmed out, so there's not going to be any side tuning or anything, so it's going to sound pretty terrible. Yeah, so that's pretty crappy. I just made that for a video just to have something to make effects over and everything. And I just made a video on creating effects for BusyWorks beats. Again, not really anything. So I don't really make trap seriously unless it's like trap step kind of stuff. And even at that, I don't really have anything recent. I've actually been messing with just weird stuff lately, non like bass music related stuff too. Could you give us a tip about me? I already kind of talked all about that. Basically EQing frequency ranges, just put the stuff in their respective frequency ranges so they don't clash too much. And if you have something super mono and you want to kind of layer it with something else, you could maybe make the sound a little bit wider, and therefore, you know, they will. Also panning. I mean, you can pan one sound left and one sound right, and that way it'll make some room. Broom, broom. Alright, this is probably going to take forever. So I'm probably just going to end the stream at this point. Alright, let's see, what is this? I don't think I ever finished this either. I don't even know from when this is. I don't even remember. That's not the snare I was using either. I think it just located different snares. This mix is all messed up because I couldn't find most of the plugins. Alright, so half the plugins are missing, so the mix is just totally thrown off. Everything is just thrown off. That's pretty much the problem with most of my FLPs right now. I'm going to have to reinstall a lot of stuff, and it's also going to be missing samples and stuff, which is again why I didn't get to finish a lot of my tracks. Like that. It's just super out of whack. Yeah, so you see why I don't mess with this stuff anymore. This was all pretty much from when I still used computer speakers before I got my actual speakers. So this sounds totally different than I remember it. I'll try to find some more recent stuff. I'm sure I have some somewhere because I have a whole bunch of FLPs, but also folders. I have some folders on my desktop which have some productions in them. So I'm gonna have to go through that because I don't know where anything is here, and some of it is missing stuff, so I'll have to fix that as well. And I've just named stuff, stupid stuff. I made actually a trap remix of Uk's Thief. I don't think I released it. Maybe I'll find a way to play that, but that's basically that. I'll try to find some more recent stuff, some stuff that doesn't sound like shite because it's missing half the shit. But anyways, that's pretty much that. Let's go ahead and close off the stream, read the rest of the comments, listening because my FL Studio is running the music in drive mode. SIO for all. Yeah, SIO for all could take up stuff sometimes, your drivers. So sometimes it just won't play Google Chrome or whatever browser audio. Yeah, man, I was using some crappy speakers for a long time. Now I got my KRK monitors, and now I'm actually able to mix properly. But yeah, even the last track I released, My Perspective 2, was done on I mean, I released that a couple of months ago, but it was actually produced in like late or mid summer, I want to say. So it was made in like June or July whenever I posted the first FLP. And then I released it like 4 months ago, and again, it was on old speakers, so probably a lot different than I would have mixed it now. I use KRK Rocket 5s. I can pull them up real quick. It's these right here. Whoops. And these are the ones I use now. So they're tiny monitors, but I do get sub on this, and I do get a nice response on it. Whereas my old speakers, I didn't really get any lows. Well, I got lows, they had a sub, but they didn't really have mids or anything. They were pretty much all treble and all bass, and it was awful. And that's why My Perspective Part 2 sounds the way it does, but I figured it wasn't really too bad where, I didn't need to release it, so I released it anyways. But yeah. Again, I'm going to go ahead and find some old music for the next stream, maybe for when we wait for submissions, so I can play some of my old music, and maybe some newer stuff too. I think I have some finished stuff that's pretty recent that I can play. Not a lot of trap stuff, unfortunately, though. Don't do a lot of trap. Yeah, they have enough bass for sure, man. You can also turn up the bass in the back. They don't go super low. I mean, I can hear about as low as E flat, maybe even D in terms of sub, but it's not going to be like having a sub woofer, you know what I mean? Like, that's a total different feeling when you have a subwoofer, because then you really feel it and it shakes the house, whereas with this I feel the bass and I can hear it. I can hear it, but I don't really feel it that much unless I like touch my speaker, my desk or something like that, wherever they sit. Whereas with a subwoofer, you're gonna feel that even when you're standing in a different room. You're gonna hear it too, and you're gonna hear the house shake, especially if it's a big sub. But yeah, that's pretty much that. We've done 4 hours and 20 minutes. I can't even talk. I need to get some sleep. 4 hours and 21 minutes of streaming. So I think that's good. We've had a lot of cool tracks, a lot of cool submissions, and the comment section has been popping. So yeah, that's pretty much that. Thank you everybody for hanging out, and everybody who joined us and submitted a track. Thanks for helping me give criticism and giving your opinions on it, and thanks for being awesome and being really nice to each other and still being constructive in terms of criticism. Never really had anybody being a complete douche or anything, so that's cool. So yeah, 10 people left. Some people managed to hang around, which is cool. Dream is to have one someday, and I will definitely. Yeah, man. When you do get them, it'll be a heck of an experience, dude. It's a huge difference if you use something that's not as full range and doesn't let you kind of crank it up sometimes. It's nice to be able to hear all the frequencies, well, at least for the most part, all of them. But yeah, so again, thanks to everybody who came by, and especially since it's already 1:20, so thanks to everybody who stuck around so late. And as usual, with that being said, I hope you guys have an awesome night. Peace out, everybody.